What's up, y'all? We've got Squawks and Taxes. It's going down. It's going down. We're playing Squawks and Taxes. We're gonna bring the axes. Dahlia's actually got a sword. And I bet you're getting kinda bored of this song. So I'm gonna start jamming with the deck until someone says, "What the heck?" And I'll tell them exactly this: we're gonna beat the living out of our opponents because they need to get squawked on. One time I was laying down and somebody stood on me and started speaking loudly and I got talked on. Doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's kind of painful. I once had a stroke. Turns out it was just disdainful. It was in my booster draft, and it wasn't very good. I didn't take it. I was playing Dragons of Tarkir booster draft. Anyway, we're gonna jump in a league with Squawks and Taxes. That's my final answer here. Let's do it. We're digging for a trophy today. See if we can find gold. Well, we found a match and then someone decided that they didn't actually want that match, or they had clicked the button and left the room. I do that sometimes. Huh. Seen worse. We're gonna try it. It is Jendo. They're gonna take Ranger Captain. The givers are gonna be good. And the batter skull probably not gonna be that great, but we already have 3 lands. We're likely to actually hit 5 before turn 5. Or at least by turn 5 here. What's up, Josie? We're squawking. And we're playing against Jund, which normally is a nightmare when you're playing taxes. But with this list, we actually have a pretty good matchup, I think. It's draw dependent still. We still need to find more Ranger Captain and Squawk for it to be an actual good matchup. But if we resolve like 2 Ranger Captains or a Squawk or whatever, oh, all right, getting our other giver. So we need to draw something here. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, we have 12 cards in our deck. I guess 16. I guess 20. I don't know. All the cards in our deck are pretty good against Jund. Because they all like either disrupt them or get more copies or get other cards or pump our team so we don't get killed by Ren and 6 or our man lands or creature lands or like can pressure planeswalkers. So I guess yeah, every card in our deck is decent against Jund except for maybe Ether Vial. But we're gonna get Light and Shadow because I think that's got more value here. Since we already have 2 creatures in the yard, and it'd be so good to get back Ranger Captain with Light and Shadow. What matchups would you board out the Squawks? There are matchups where it's better to like where Stoneforge is good and you want that to be your aggressive line is the Stoneforge package and you want to take out the Force of Virtues and the Squad Hawks. Lately I haven't been taking them out because a lot of the time the Stoneforge Mystic package is the package you want to take out because you're bringing in Stony Silence. We're gonna have a Batter Skull here. We're gonna discard probably Field of Ruin. Yeah, Field of Ruin. You could also just kill the Thalia and play the Sword of Light and Shadow. It isn't terrible. I mean, kill the Liliana, not the Thalia. I mean, we have 5 lands. We're gonna be able to cast Batter Skull. So if they have a K command, I'd rather do it like that. But we're in trouble if they have a K command either way, I guess. Just put a Batter Skull into play. There were matchups that I was taking out the Squad Hawk package, but then since then I've changed my mind. I mean, obviously they're not as good against combo decks. Like actually against Storm, I think is one of the places where the Squawks are not at their best. I think Storm is where I take out Squawks and the Forces. Ren and 6, you got it. Get back Baron more. You got it. The opponent had discard into Lily into Ren and 6, and we're still in like pretty good shape here. So that's pretty cool. So hopefully they don't have a removal spell for the Batter Skull, but they can't have. Oh, they're gonna abrupt decay the Stoneforge. That's not how that works. I mean, I guess it still is fine, but I think maybe they thought that that wasn't gonna happen. The trigger still goes on the activated ability still goes on the stack. It does mean we can't equip Sword of Light and Shadow right now, which is a big deal. We get to kill both their planeswalkers and feel really good about life. We could also kill their Blood Crypt right here, but I'm gonna play it safe and make sure they don't have a Lightning Bolt. Oh, Mutavault, you're so good. Get that Lily, get that Ren. Oh baby, this feels good. So yeah, squawks are the truth. I would agree with that statement. Ooh, that was just such a clean destruction there. Destruction of our opponent's dreams. Another Lily. I guess we'll sack the Mutavault. Oh, they're going for discard. Huh, okay. And then are they going to crack Peatland? Yeah, I'm sure they're going to crack Peatland at some point. Wow, I thought they were going to make me sack. Gonna attack Lily and then them. Slows us down a little bit, but now we have a Stoneforge as well. We go get our last piece of equipment here. And we're going up to 28. Batterskull in play. Things have been worse, let's just say that. What's up, T-Paz? Celestial Kirin, I haven't tried that one. 4 mana is a lot, but Armageddon is good. So yeah, I did want to try it at some point. I think if I was gonna try that, I'd probably want to play green so that we could ramp into the Celestial Kirin and also have mana dorks for when we wipe the board of all the lands. Like Noble Hierarch seems really good in combination with that. So at some point I do want to try that out, but yeah, it hasn't been interesting enough to me yet since we just got Stoneforge. I've been messing with her mostly. But yeah, Kirin at some point I wouldn't mind trying out. It's also good with Ranger Captain because we can go search up the Conjurant, right? So that's kind of cool. It might have gotten a lot out of this card actually, so it would be fun to try that at some point. Armageddon obviously always good in white weenie decks since the beginning of time. So yeah, definitely worth a shot. We're playing against Jund. Crushed them game 1. Feels pretty good. They had a pretty good hand too. This is why I like this deck so much, is we can outgrind the grindy decks, and we're a Taxes deck, so we're also still not bad against combo. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this list right now. But we're definitely bringing in the rips, and then I don't hate Mind Sensor. Don't hate On Thin Ice. But the rips are the ones we're definitely bringing in, and the vials are coming out. The other 2 cards, they could be Mind Sensor. I mean, Mind Sensor is solid. Flyers are good against them. Revoker's okay, but it's bad against Plague Engineer if we don't have a Force of Virtue. It's bad against Ren and 6 if we don't have a Force of Virtue. On Thin Ice is good as well, but the Rest in Pieces are kind of trying to pull a little bit of the weight there. I could see splitting the difference between Mind Sensor and On Thin Ice and doing 1 and 1. Every other card in our deck is good in this matchup, so we want to like pretty much leave them all. Yeah, I'm gonna go 2 Mind Sensor actually. Yeah, exactly. You can play one Conjurant with Ranger. I definitely think it's got some legs. But yeah, I haven't tried it yet. I'm gonna keep this hand because it's pretty damn good. We've got grind out piece, we've got 2 protection pieces, and a disruption piece. So we got pretty much everything we want. Our opponent's gonna keep a 6er on the play. Ooh, that's a good draw. And they didn't have a discard spell. So our hand is pretty much ideal. The only thing we want here is like a Force of Virtue. It's like the only card we don't have that we could be interested in here. Run and 6, yeah. So run and 6 is annoying because it makes our Squad Hawk play here worse. Also makes Thalia a bad play here. I mean, not bad because we can give her protection, but not as good, obviously. Still gonna leave with Thalia. They could have a bolt and then kill Thalia, but yeah, maybe it's just second giver. Yeah, if they have removal for a giver plus kill Thalia, we're in a really bad spot. I mean, not really bad, to be fair. We still have a Mutavault that can attack their Ren, and a Ranger Captain coming down the following turn, but and Squad Hawk left over. But I think we want to just play to not get blown out by that, even if it isn't as much of a blowout as it could have been. So, bad scenario, if we play the giver, would be they make a sack a creature, and then Ren just gets back a fetch land or something. That's not too bad. I think I want to play the second giver. And I think we're just going to attack the Ren and 6 here. What's up, Arcantos? Seems worse. So Sword of Light and Shadow does some really cool things in our deck. First off, Ranger Captain of Eos. This card has a sacrifice ability, so we can put it in the graveyard. Make sure it's in there. On their upkeep, they can't cast spells for the entirety of their turn. That means anything sorcery speed, if it's not a creature, they can't do it. And if we connect with the Sword of Light and Shadow on the following turn, which is not that hard to do if your opponent can't wrath you, you get back your Ranger Captain. Now say you have an Ether Vial in play and it's on 3. You get to just keep looping that and keep drawing 1-drops or walking ballistas until your opponent is just dead. So Sword of Light and Shadow is very good in this build. It also gets us through Batterskull tokens. It also gains us some life against burn. So I find it to be very good. Yeah, protection from path and push. Big deal. They're going to take 2 so they can cast Lily. Yeah. Typical Jund stuff. Loop. So here we're just going to Ranger Captain. Yeah, gotta be Ranger Captain. And we could just kill the Lily right now. I'm tempted because I like all of our cards. Well, except for the second Thalia. Favorite Inspector, I think, is the choice here. Just grinding them out is really good. And it's a 1-2. A second Giver would be solid too, but I think just having another card that draws us another card is probably correct. And then we could kill Lily. I'm going to opt not to, though, since we don't mind discarding Thalia, and we want to keep Ranger alive, I think. But yeah, Arcantos, I find Light and Shadow to be very good. It's card advantage. And sometimes the loop is just unbeatable. Also, I've done things with Walking Ballista and Sword of Light and Shadow where you can just like play another Walking Ballista, block sack with it, or block with it and sack, and then just keep looping that every turn so a Worm Coil could never hurt you or never gain them life. Lifelink creatures. Pretty annoying sometimes. Especially when you're killing your opponent in the air with flyers wearing swords. Ooh, alright, that's some value for them there. Inquisition. Annoying. Probably gonna take Squad Hawk. People mention that most games you're connecting with a sword, you're winning anyways. Yeah, you're probably ahead, but there are ways people can get out of that, and one of them is like connecting with a worm coil multiple times. Oh, interesting. That's a rare one these days. They took Raven Inspector? Wow. That's awesome. They took the Raven Inspector. Alright, so we can get the Bob out of the way, kill the Lily. Could also just kill the Lily with the Ranger Captain, protection from black on the Giver. And then we could squad up and Thalia up. I think I like that better. Close though. Because then Thalia is just going to lose to the Ren in 6. But I guess that's fine. Because then Ren's going to be dead on the following turn. I do think we need to kill Lily here. Could also just squad twice here. But I think Thalia makes more sense. Although they're very likely just to minus Ren on Thalia then. I guess it's better for us if they minus Ren on a Squawk. And then we have Thalia next turn potentially. Yeah, we're gonna Squawk actually. It's a flyer, which also pressures their Ren a bit. Yeah. I think it was correct to play both Squawks. So in a non-EOS list, would I play sort of Feast and Famine instead, you're saying? Maybe. I think you'd probably want some way to use that mana sink, like Eldrazi Displacer or something, but yeah, I mean, Feast and Famine can be better than Light and Shadow, especially if you're not able to put things in the graveyard yourself. It does come up that like sort of Light and Shadow doesn't do much when you're bringing in Rest in Peace, but its protections are usually pretty good. Bloodbraid Elf. The Reed's playing 2 Dark Confidants now. That's interesting. I guess the format has become a lot more grindy, so they just want more ways to grind, draw some extra cards. What did they reveal with the Bob? It was a Bloodbraid Elf. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've done that too, Arcantos. It's nice to have the full package because you just draw them more often. And in my experience, Light and Shadow has been fantastic. But I think that's perfectly defensible, the 3 and 2 package. Light and Shadow is definitely behind Fire and Ice for me, even if I'm playing this list. So I agree there. Just the fact that it's removal is really nice. Huh. Interesting. I think we're gonna remove the Dark Confidant from the battlefield with the Flicker Wisp. Lot 627, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate you very much. We're gonna turn this into a guy. We're gonna play a Flicker Wisp, removing the Bob. They could have double removal spell here, but they'd need double removal spell to keep their Ren and 6 from dying. And actually, even then, it doesn't really do it. Well, no, yeah, I guess it'll go to 1. Because we're just gonna send everybody at Ren. Besides Giver, obviously. Just really don't want it on the board with all these X1s. What's up, Steve? They're gonna Fatal Push Ranger Captain. Have they? Oh yeah, I guess we removed their yeah, okay. Sure. That resolved? Alright. What else you got? I guess they just went for the Fatal Push. Just Fatal Push the Giver. This is something that happens a lot. Where I'm like, you're just gonna waste your spell? Just kill the Giver. I don't know. I guess they could have Damnation here. Bloodbraid Elf. Hitting Goyf is really good there. That's problematic. We do have a veritable Air Force coming in though, and Giver that can get protection. The Ranger to get in some more damage. Doubt they can make any attacks here. Maybe they'll attack with Bob, but I don't think it's right. Oh. Oh, hey there. Oh, hi. How's it going? Nice to meet you. My name's Sorta Light and Shadow. I'm about to draw some cards, gain some life, and my opponent. This Giver seems kind of good. And yeah, go ahead, friend. So I'm gonna see what they draw here. Ren and 6. I mean, I don't care about Ren and 6. Could sack Ranger Captain, but I don't think it matters. I think I'd rather sack Ranger Captain on my upkeep than their upkeep. I guess they could have Maelstrom Pulse. Ancient Grudge. Well, that would have worked on our turn anyway. They're still super dead here. The fanny pack? Sure, you can try to kill the Flicker Wisp with that. You can try it. I guess if you also have a Fatal Push, which is very unlikely. Oh, they might have decay. And they're just gonna scoop it up. So this is why I really like this version of the deck, is we kind of just like picked Jund apart, and both their hands were fine. It's not like they like got stuck on mana and couldn't cast things. Our opponent was casting turn 2 Ren and 6, turn 3 Liliana, and like the game wasn't close. It like just wasn't close. So like yeah, the deck is pretty good against Jund, turns out. Giver's pretty good. I think the fact that all of our cards go get more cards is really good. But Giver definitely helps a lot also. But like Light and Shadow's a 2-for-1 at some point. Fire and Ice is a 2-for-1, maybe a 3-for-1. Stoneforge gets another card. Squadhawk gets 3 more cards. Ranger Captain gets another card. Raven Inspector gets another card. We board out our Vials, which are the only card in our deck that doesn't get more cards. Or disrupt the hell out of them. So like, yeah, our deck's just set up very well against Jund. This hand's fine. Hopefully it's not a combo deck. The only match you won was against Jund. Yeah, Jund's not bad. That's right. You did tell me. You put it in the Discord that you lost to Scape Shift. Scape Shift's a tough matchup. That one's hard. I don't remember what else you lost to, but Scape Shift can definitely be tough. Because our main deck is not set up to beat Scape Shift without Arbiter. You can sometimes sneak a game 1 if they have like kind of an awkward draw and you have a pretty fast draw, but it's unlikely that you win game 1. And then games 2 and 3 are still not that good, even though we get even Mind Sensor and Revokers and stuff. Opponent kept a 5-card hand, plays Island, says go. Yeah, mean fanny pack. Ranger Captain, I think he's just straight up better than Mirroring Crusader against Jund. I know that might be a hot take, but my personal opinion on the matter is it's just better than Mirroring Crusader. And I think it's also better than Mirroring Crusader against a lot of other decks. So I think if you're playing 1 white and you're not playing Arbiter in your deck, you should be playing Ranger Captain. So they could have a counter spell here. We don't want them to counter Stoneforge. We also don't want them to counter Squawk. We could just pass and wait, but I think it would be better to actually try and resolve something. I'm gonna lead with Squawk. Yeah, I think Ranger Captain is just straight up better than Mirror Crusader against Jund. And Mirror Crusader used to be like our good card against Jund that we'd bring in. And I think Ranger Captain's a main deckable card. Not that Mirror Crusader's not main deckable, you could play it in your main deck. I just don't think it's quite as good right now. So I think we only get 2, huh? Yeah, we just get 2. We don't want to discard the hand size here. It resolved, that's cool. They tried to Jund charm your 2 Crusaders. Yep. It deals damage, but that is black, green, and red damage, which is protected. That's sick. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Mirror Crusader is not a good card against Jund. It's very, very good against them, but I think Ranger Captain is just better. I'm gonna cast this one. Yeah, Divination Squawk, not quite as exciting, but our other Squawks can go get more Squawks still. It's still Squawks Extra Recall if we want it. It's always sitting there, waiting. Let's get a B-Skull. They're just not countering anything here. They also kept a 5-card hand. Yeah, he said he said Pyroclasm. I mean, I get why your opponent thought that it was gonna kill them because they did say Pyroclasm. Interesting. Yeah, we'll let that happen. So their plan is to Supreme Verdict, maybe? Oh no, they're gonna path. Alright, cool. That means we can put a sword into play next turn. If we feel like it. That's why I played the first Stoneforge, because I assumed they were gonna path it, and then they weren't going to expect the second one. They're just digging for a land here, it looks like. Oh yeah, we're 1-0. We just beat up on Jund. In game 1 there, or round 1. Do you have another path? You do. That's fine. Give me 5 lands, I'll just hardcast Batterskull. Seems good to me. This is also something I really like about playing mono white, is that we get to play 11 basic planes. And so you can Field of Ruin and path me all you want, I'm still gonna get value off that. And actually this deck, it doesn't seem like it would be, but it likes a lot of mana. I mean, we have Squad Hawk draws 3 more Squad Hawks, that's 8 mana right there. Batterskull, 5 mana, 5 mana to equip, 3 mana to return. The swords, 5 mana to play and equip. We have Thalia in play, it's 6 mana to play and equip. So we actually want mana, a decent amount. Ranger Captain, go get Walking Ballista, cast Walking Ballista for as many mana as we have. Is definitely a play that we make a decent amount of the time. So yeah, our opponent pathing us is pretty good. I believe Fire and Ice is the one we want here. We just want to like draw extra cards and never be able to lose. Here, this is kind of interesting. We only play 5 other 3-drops besides this Flicker Wisp here. We have a lot more 2-drops. What is our plan this turn? It could just be playing equip Sophie. And then have a Flicker Wisp up to just like disrupt. Kind of like that. Yeah, I'm gonna take it up to 3. Oh yeah. Well, that's a reason to leave it on 2 for sure. But let's just draw some extra cards. I don't think they're gonna have another path here. And then yeah, I'll just hold up the Flicker Wisp. It's tempting to take their Hollowed Fountain for the turn, so they can't Supreme Verdict, and they can't also like cast Jace that way. I think I'm gonna do it actually, because they're digging for lands last turn, I'm pretty sure. So they might not have their 5th land to go ahead and cast the Supreme Verdict. And even if they do, our hand's great. Like, go for it. Gonna draft the new set for sure. Does that come out today? Is that already out? What's up, Mana Traders, by the way? Have I been liking this deck more? Yes, soy boy. I think this is where you want to be right now. I mean, just based on what I've been playing against lately, if the format gets a little more combo-y, yeah, I'd rather play black-white taxes, but at the moment, it's not very combo-y, and it's very grindy, and I think this deck is perfect for that. You could have Snap Path here. Yep. And Path the Squad Hawk probably, which is fine. Because if they don't, then their Snap's gonna die. Yep. Take 3, and then I'm just gonna play Thalia. Wait, I think. Yeah, we'll play one Hawk, a Thalia, and we'll equip the Sword of Fire and Ice on the Thalia. And we'll search up another Hawk. So, like, we never run out of cards against Control and Jund, and we always have threats. Doesn't really matter how many Path to Exiles they cast. A little over a week, yeah, cool. Yeah, that card is gonna be super hot, I think, for sure. Free spells. Free spells are generally pretty good. See if they do anything when I activate this. Sometimes you catch them. It's always good to pump fake. Oh yeah, that's a good one. All right, let's go to combat here. You gonna tap my team? No, you can't. You can't tap my team. Another snappy. You gonna path my Thalia? All right. You got it. Cost 2. Sure. Actually, we're running out of basics. So here we're just gonna equip the Sword of Fire and Ice on the Squad Hawk. We're gonna play a Batter Skull. And we're gonna pass the turn. So, if you've ever wondered while you're playing a Taxes deck what it's like to still have 5 cards in your hand on turn 7, and your opponent only has 3, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. Cryptic. 8, 9. We're 1 off of killing them with Walking Ballista. I guess we'll wait. Yeah, I don't really feel like firing that up and pathing both Snapcaster mages, so. Yeah, we can't equip Sophie at instant speed though. and they cryptic commanded in our begin combat step. Yeah. It's not like cranial plating where you can attach it. They're gonna return Sophie. Got it. Still feel like you're dead here. I guess you don't know about walking ballista though. And if you've drawn your fourth path, no, they're just gonna scoop. Okay. They didn't want to prolong their misery there. So Revoker's pretty good. I don't know that they're playing Stoneforge Mystic because we didn't see it, but generally blue-white control is playing Stoneforge Mystic right now. So I kind of like both disenchants, mostly because we're taking out all the paths anyway, but the other thing is they've been bringing in Monastery Mentor, which is why I want to leave in a path, because otherwise we only have Walking Ballista to deal with that card. And granted, we have technically 5 Walking Ballistas. Monastery Mentor is a jerk. So we're going to leave one path and bring in one disenchant just to hedge a little bit, because they might be on Stoneforge, they might not. But if they're not on Stoneforge, they probably still are on a Detention Sphere. So disenchant's not going to just be dead. They also might be playing Search for Azcanta. So disenchant's like fine. And let's run that. Yeah, we were never behind in that game. Our opponent did mulligan, I think twice that game though, so that's also a thing. This hand's not great. We do have our one path that's an out to Monastery Mentor, and Giver is an out to Batterskull just because we can give our creatures pro black, but Force of Virtue, not that great when we don't have Squad Hawk or Ranger Captain, because Ranger Captain kind of replaces itself and you can just pitch that extra card to Force of Virtue, but Squad Hawk does it the best, obviously. I don't really want to go to 5. So I'm going to try this, and we're just going to have to hope to draw like Ranger Captain or Squad Hawk in the top like 5 or 6 cards of our deck. Sword of Fire Knight is very good in this matchup, but we can search it up later with a Stoneforge anyway. And I do really like having a turn 1 play. There we go. There's a Ranger Captain showing up. Possible to see the deck list. So yes, that's possible a few ways. Let me actually fix the deck list because I don't think that it is updated to the newest list. It's like 1 card off right now. This list, it's yeah, we gotta pass the turn here. Their turn, we're gonna pass the turn as well. Clear deck and start over. It is also on the Discord. Download. So now the deck is the correct one. So if you refresh your page and type in deck list, just do this. It says it on the screen, but I'll do it for you here. And also it's on your screen. If you click right around this area, there's a little cardboard live button, and then it'll show you it really conveniently right on your screen. So that's pretty cool too. But glad you're interested in the deck list. Principonic. Appreciate your interest. We're gonna attack with this Giver. You leave in some removal for Lyra. I don't know if they're playing Lyra anymore. I guess maybe some of them are. Alright. Take a second force. We'll just pitch it to the first force. Although we can just hard cast it next turn. Double Anthem is pretty strong. But we're likely just going to pitch one to the other. I will get a Thraben Inspector here because we just want to grind our opponent out. Why disenchant over Relic Orders? So there's a card called Torpor Orb that a lot of Urza players are playing in their sideboard right now, and that's the main issue. Because we can't really beat a Torpor Orb. Well, it depends. I mean, if they're running Stoneforge, why would they need Lyra, right? They can just get Batterskull. But if they're not running Stoneforge, then yeah, I could see them still running Lyra. They took a path, really. Huh. Maybe they're playing Lyra. Oh, okay. They just really want to connect with sort of Feast and Famine and V-Click, which I can understand. I can understand that. That makes a lot of sense. And that's going to be rough. Kind of tempting just to make a 5/5 and a 3/4 and bash. But it's probably correct to just pitch the force for the force. And still have more things. Alright. So if I knew we were gonna draw a walking or a Ranger Captain, I probably would have pitched both of these and had a 5/5 and a 3/4. But since we didn't, I think we just grab a Walking Ballista. Big giver. Then we might sack one of these Ranger Captains. It doesn't really do that much though, because they're just gonna put the sword into play with Stoneforge and then equip it. So I'm probably not sacking a Ranger Captain here. Yeah. I think as soon as Blue-White had access to Stoneforge, they didn't need to play Lyra anymore. But I also haven't been looking at all the lists. Some people are probably still doing it. So yeah, put your sort of Feast and Famine into play, untap all your lands. Very bad for us. We're discarding, I guess, Walking Ballista. Going in 9. Bad. Wish we could kill that, but we didn't have the Walking Ballista from before that. And Walking Ballista deals more damage, and we need to try and win the game in the next couple of turns. Ranger Captain. Very tempting to sack it here rather than get a land. I think we do want to. They can't cast a J Cistern. Doesn't stop them from casting Cryptic Command. They go to 7. They could just have another sword and we're dead, but we're dead to another sword anyway. Ceremonies. That blocks. Oh, they're gonna tap our team. So because we took 1, we're actually dead. Yeah, we're dead. Because we took 1 and went to 1. So our 3, we drew all 3 of our lands, our canopy lands, and that hurt us there. Because they'll just attack us with Stoneforge and V-Click and we're dead. Yeah, it's weird that they had Ceremonious Rejection. Like, yeah, it counters Ether Vial when they're on the play, so I kind of get it. Yeah, I think it makes sense on the play. I don't think it makes too much sense on the draw, but I guess they did see Walking Ballista now, so they'll probably leave it in. We do want both Disenchants, and I don't think we want the Path, because I don't think they brought in Monastery, because they are on the Stoneforge plan. Although Path is decent against V-Click. So is Walking Ballista. And they're generally only playing 1 V-Click, and we have Squad Hawks that block it also. V-Click's like not very good against us in general. Sure, let's keep. No 1-drop, but our 2-drops are good. And we have a Disenchant. Hopefully they don't have Spell Snare. Yeah, no Spell Snare, that's great. They're probably going to play their own Stoneforge. Which makes Thalia a little bit weaker here, but we're still going to leave with Thalia because their deck is mostly spells. They do play 4 Stoneforge, and if they kept it turn 1 tapped Colonnade hand, I assume they're going to play a Stoneforge right here. But, oh no, alright, great. Gonna lead with Stoneforge. We want to resolve the Ranger Captains. We also want to resolve Stoneforge, but Path something, Path Thalia, you got it. And then maybe Teferi bounce Stoneforge. That's fine. They want to bounce Stoneforge. Now they're just going to play the 3rd land so they can snap Path. Alright, that's fine. We have 5 mana, so we can Batterskull and Ranger Captain here. That's awesome. Maybe we should have played the land first. To play around a Logic Knot. Yeah, I probably should have played the land first. I'm gonna go ahead and get Raven Inspector. Isn't this nice? Isn't this great? Opponent missed their land drop. Welcome to the beatdown house, opponent. This is a world where we beat down and you get beat down. Yeah. You got snap. Target path. I could sack Ranger Captain so they can't path the germ, but I really don't care. They're probably going to block Stoneforge. Or they're going to path Ranger Captain. That's also very fine. Yep. I think we're just going to draw a card with Horizon Canopy. Don't need to play the Inspector yet. You want a Wrath? Teferi. Sure. The drunk guy with a sword. Turn the germ. Alright. So if we equip Ranger Captain, decent. Ooh, never mind. I'm gonna play it safe here and attack the Fairy with the Mutavault, and then with the Ranger Captain. I've never seen a control opponent not draw like at least 3 paths. Alright, Teferi stays alive then. Blink that Batterskull. Oops. Now here I'm tempted to just sack Ranger Captain on their upkeep. But I guess with Teferi they have sorcery speed stuff on our turn anyway, so that's pretty bad. We could have played Walking Ballista and just killed Teferi. That might have been good. Yeah, they might try to just Supreme Verdict on our turn. That's annoying. But we're gonna let them do it, I guess. They probably have Supreme Verdict here because they just pass their turn real fast. I'm gonna take up to 2. Have Settle. I guess we should have sacked Ranger Captain. Timely. Alright. That's fine. Gonna work out kind of good for us, I think. Them gaining 6 life is annoying, and they have a path as well. You are a champion, my friend. Alright. At least it's not a verdict. Ah. I can't cast Force of Virtue because Teferi's in play. God damn it, that's annoying. They're at 11. Kind of want to just kill Teferi. He's pissing me off over there. Yeah. Turn 5 Vial, baby. Playing really slow, though. I need to play faster. Stoneforge, you got it. What do you want? Batterskull. Sure. So they're drawn 3 of their paths. How many more are you going to find? Oh, they found a land. That's good for them. Activate this. No. Leave it on 2. We have more 2s than 3s. I crack this. Ooh, that's a spicy one. Let's do that. Ooh. Pitching another Force of Negation. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Boop. They're not going to expect this disenchant, I don't think. We also have 8 lands. We could just pump up the ballista twice here. Tap all creatures, return to hand. Okay. That doesn't save you. You can't cast spells. I'm going to cast this for 2. And I'm going to ping you. Ranger Captain's okay, I guess. Alright. They got us game 2, but blue-white's definitely a good matchup. It takes forever, but it's a good matchup. Which enchant? Disenchant. So we're 2-0. Going for the trophy. Better value to cast it for 1. I mean, when you have stopped your opponent from being able to cast spells, and they're at 1. Yeah, you're right. Casting it for 1 was better. The Actually, I guess they could have cast Venser. If they had Venser, no, but they had 2 lands. They couldn't have cast Venser with 2 lands. Yeah. Anyway, what just happened? Yeah, we won. Let's jump into another match. I played kind of slow. I do need to play a little faster. I was also explaining some things, but I was like 9 minutes behind my opponent on time, which is pretty bad. Um, but when you play like 8 tutors, you can end up playing a little bit slowly sometimes. Also, when I'm streaming, I always play at like 2/3 speed because it's more fun for me to interact. Hedron crab. All right. This might be the new Hogak, which is like Irmag and Vengevine, which seems like a reasonable deck. Definitely not as powerful as Hogak was, but it's reasonable. Yeah, they're targeting themselves, so this is probably Grave Crawlers and... Oh no, they're targeting me. Alright, so Batterskull down. Dahlia is going to be very good, I assume. But that Hedron Crab's going to mill us for a lot, especially if they keep having fetch lands as their lands for turn. That's 6 cards a turn. That's a pretty good draw, although this draws us a card which mills us itself. Isn't the best. Ranger Captain's probably solid. I think a lot of their mill spells are sorcery speed. And it also beats down. I haven't played against mill in a while. Oh yeah, with the searches from the archive traps. I don't normally play searches, so this will be new. Well, they played another fetch land for turn, which is a pretty big issue here. We're already down to 42 life. And our opponent's dealing damage in chunks of 6. Unfortunately, Thraben Inspector does not get through Hedron Crab. So I would have preferred this was a giver of runes for a few reasons. But turns out you're not allowed to play 5 giver of runes in your deck. What's that about? I don't like it. Also, searching my deck and getting all the Squad Hawks out is maybe not the best move. Maybe I was supposed to leave it on 1 so we can Ranger Captain here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was wrong. I think we are supposed to leave it on 1 there. Although grabbing Walking Ballista so we can actually kill the Hedron Crab might be a big deal. Yeah, why can't you play 5 Givers and 7 Dwarves? Like, what's the deal? Who makes these rules anyway? Hmm. Hmm. Hit of Force of Virtue. That's something we really want to find. That and Sword of Fire and Ice. We've got 2 of our equipment in the yard already. Tempted not to search, but I'm gonna do it. Gonna grab Walkie B. Didn't get punished. We have 37 cards. If we go get all our Squad Hawks, we'll have 34 cards. We're just doing our opponent's work for them. But also we need to clock them. Nothing but fetches over there. Damn. They hit both of our Flicker Wisp. They have Crypt Incursion. We can't win. I think I am going to search out the Squad Hawks. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. But I want to draw a land next turn. Maybe we'll just get 2. We'll just hedge our bets a little bit. We're probably never going to put the 3rd one into play anyway. Or the 4th one, I mean. And here, I think I like having a second Ranger Captain. It does more damage than 2 Squad Hawks would. And I really want to draw a land for turn here. Opponent's like, sweet, you're going to search Squad Hawks out of your deck? I'm down. This gets sort of Fire and Ice, which is pretty important. If they block, I mean, I guess they know about the Walking Ballista now, so maybe we shouldn't have got Walking Ballista first. But they're kind of incentivized not to block here. If they block, we're definitely ballisting their crab. No blocks, alright. They're taking a bunch. 7 to be exact. Going to 9. And then I think we want to get Sophie. Even this gets even more cards out of our deck. And we're also going to get a Giver and play it. And we're just taking all the cards out of our deck. Could have done. Oh, they might hit our Sword of Fire and Ice here. They did not. But if they have a Crypt Incursion, this is all for naught. Because we will not win this game if they have Crypt Incursion. I think we will sack a Ranger on their turn, though. This time. I assume that a lot of their spells are sorcery speed. I know Crypt Incursion is not. So that is going to beat us, but... Again, I don't know how many Crypt Incursions there are on these days. I think it used to be like 1 or 2 in the main deck, and more in the sideboard. But it's been a minute. What are you doing now? What's this all about? All right, 26 cards. Visions of Beyond. Draw 3 cards. Solid. Wait, only 1? We only have 18 cards in our yard. Nice. That's sweet. Oh, they probably just looked at my library and figured that I must have more than 20 cards in the yard, but we just have them all in our hand and in play. That's awesome. I think they thought they were drawing 3. Maybe not. Maybe they just had to do that, but we're definitely going to upkeep Sack a Cap. Sack a Cap. Sheldock Isle. Sheldock Isle. So they can activate that now, because we have 22. What do you find? You can't cast it this turn, but they can cast it on... Wait, they have to tap it and tap it, right? Yeah, so they might not get a chance to ever use that. In fact, if we get to connect with the Sword and Fire and Ice, they definitely do not get to use that. So land off the top would be sweet. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lands in our graveyard, 3 lands in play. That means there's 10 lands left in our deck. 23 cards. That's a decent chance. I wonder how many cards in my opponent's hand they clicked on trying to cast. No, always yield. Land me one time. Was not to be. Yeah, we're bashing. Teams coming in. I guess giving Ranger Captain Pro Blue might have been better. Crypt Incursion. Yeah, I mean, if they had it, we were always dead. It looks like they did. Alright, they're gonna gain approximately infinite. Whoop. That sucks. Squawk. I guess we still play because we can just sack Captain. I mean, we're super dead. Stupid Crypt Incursion. Stupid Crypt Incursion. That card's, I mean, it's really good. It's like single-handedly why Mill can actually play against aggro decks. And even aggro disruptive decks. I like the inclusion of Field of Ruin and Mill because it's good with Hedron Crab and it's good with just getting cards out of your opponent's deck. Makes a lot of sense. Ew, that's 13. Alright. They are playing Archive Trap. You don't know how many Crypt Incursions they're playing, but it's at least one. Annoying. Alright, Mill. See you over there. Even Mind Sensor seems good. They have like nothing but fetches. On Thin Ice is going to be really important for their crabs. Don't know if they're playing Mesmeric Orb. And so I'm not sure if Disenchant's good or not. Rest in Peace does turn off their Visions of Beyonds and their Shelldock Isle, which I guess is a real thing. I don't think I want both, but probably one is fine. Yeah, I might want Disenchant. And I don't really want to path their crabs, I just want to on Thin Ice them. The downside there is Field of Ruin, getting back their crab. But they have to take a turn off to Field of Ruin anyway. Thraven Inspector doesn't seem great. Squad Hawk Force of Virtue is a clock. That is pretty important, so I think we want that. Sort of Light and Shadow seems pretty bad. Although we do have a ton of creatures we can get back from the graveyard, I guess. The life gain's not relevant, and the protection colors is not relevant. Batterskull also probably not at its best, but I think we just trim a Stoneforge. Yeah, I think something like this. Do y'all know if they're running Mesmeric Orb? Oh, Rip does stop Crypt Incursion. That's a big deal. Maybe we want both Rips. Yeah, Field Rune doesn't hit planes. You're absolutely right about that. That is very true. So I think we want maybe -1 Stoneforge, or maybe minus Batterskull. Co-Daddy, thank you for those 2 months. We're gonna submit this deck. Co-Daddy, he's really, really ratty. He's an actual daddy. It's really, 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 really rad. Co-Daddy, thank you for that subscription. Let's tax him out for sure. This hand's no good. Good thing about mulliganing against Mill is that it gives us. Actually, I guess Giver's not that great here, but I think turn 2 Rest in Peace is pretty strong. We're gonna keep this, and I think we're gonna bottom Mutavault. Even though Mutavault's solid, we do need double white for some stuff. You like to go up a couple cards? I don't know if I want to dilute my strategy like that, but I don't hate that. Never tried it. It usually doesn't come down to like 4 more cards though. It's usually like either they just can't do their thing and you win with like 30 cards in your deck, for me generally, or you just get they just get you with a Crypt Incursion and you have like not anywhere near gonna beat them. So I guess Rest in Peace is really good. Drowned Catacombs go. That's not a fetch land. They're playing Drowned Catacombs? Oof. Well, that's a little better, turns out, than Rest in Peace. So we're gonna play the Thalia. And I assume they board into some amount of Fatal Push. So I'm actually not gonna attack with Giver, as weird as that sounds, against a deck that we're just trying to beat down before they get us. Why do we side out cards? Aw, they got a crab. Hey, that's not a fetch. That's cool. Oof. I wanted that Force of Virtue. Don't care too much about the other two, I guess. I like another Mutavault. That seems good. Interesting here that maybe we do want to attack with Giver now. And it's 1 damage, but that 1 damage could be something. I guess no, since we don't have Walking Ballista up because we're attacking with Mutavault, it doesn't make sense to attack with Giver. So I think they would have played around it had we attacked with Giver and not attacked with Mutavault. Obviously, we don't have to rip yet because they're obviously not going to Crypt Incursion anytime soon. So I'm just going to keep presenting threats and pressuring our opponent until we need to cast the rip, or we just have nothing else to do. Collector, oof. Sure. That resolves. I think they're gonna miss their land drop here. Looks like game 2 is going to our hero, Thalia. Honestly don't see a good reason not to just swing with both Mutavaults. How sweet is Mutavault? So this card, it costs 1 to activate a 2-power creature land. They found a fetch. They hit our disenchant. They might cast Mesmeric Orb here, which will mill 7. That'd be pretty strong. They mill 3 more with the Hedron Crab, 7. That's 10 total, beyond the 3 they already milled with the playing of the land in the first place. They're still off of Crypt Incursion for at least this turn. So we don't have to worry about that. Flicker Wisp can get this out of the way, and we can get in if we draw a land for 6, but they're at 8. Alright. So we didn't leave back any givers, and we got punished because they did board in Fatal Push, and they did have a Fatal Push there. They have another Fatal Push, kind of annoying. So if we attack with the 2 givers and the Mutavault, they're taking 3, they're going to 5, then we can wisp out their crab. Should be able to win from there. I think we're going to lead with the rest in peace. Although I shouldn't have played this pre-combat. I should have just attacked with the 1 Mutavault first. Definitely shouldn't have played it pre-combat. That was giving our opponent more information than we had to. Go to 5. If they crack a fetch and cast a Bantus, they're dead. This is the 2 Mutavaults that have been doing so much work this game. They can't Crypt Incursion because we have Rest in Peace. I mean, they can cast it, it just doesn't do anything. Sheldak Isle does nothing. We draw a land, we can be sure of dealing 4. We don't. We can deal 4 anyway with the 2 Mutavaults. As long as they don't have a removal spell. I'd probably just fire up the Mutavault, swing out. We have 38 cards. I don't think they're going to be able to get us. We don't have to search our deck anymore. Unless they make us search our deck with a Field of Ruin. Which would be doubly good because it's good against our Mutavault. They just got 5 surgicals. What is this? 1 mana. Thoughtseize. Please cast Thoughtseize. That'd be great. Yeah, the old Mutavault beatdown got there. They did also miss their third land drop, and we had a Thalia on turn 2. So if we lost that game, then maybe this is just a really bad matchup. But good thing we didn't lose that game. Not sure about the Disenchant. We didn't see Mesmeric Orb in either game, but I have to assume that it's in their deck. Does anybody know of a list for Mill right now? Blue Black Mill. Whoa, this 5-0'd just a couple days ago, or just today. It just got released. So they certainly play some artifact. We definitely want the Disenchant. We didn't see Manic Scribe or Jace's Phantasm. Let's check out this list as well. Maybe it's this one. In either case, they are playing Mesmeric Orb and Ensnaring Bridge. And in the sideboard, they've got Damnation, Echoing Truth, Cobrew, more Fatal Pushes. Alright. Seems legit. Definitely leaving Disenchant in. It doesn't look like anybody's list is not running Ensnaring Bridge / Mesmeric Orb. Looks like maybe we want more removal for like Manic Scribe and stuff, but not sold on it yet. We also have a lot of flyers we can beat down with, so hopefully that works out. Let's just run it back. Yeah, I think Batterskull's a little too slow maybe. I mean, what could I cut for the Batterskull? Yeah, it's probably too slow. They can like push it and then it doesn't deal any damage. I think Sword of Fire and Ice is the only equipment we really need. So we're on the draw with a turn 1 Vial, maybe turn 2 Stoneforge. That doesn't search anything because we have the only equipment in our deck in our hand. Yeah, I guess that's a mulligan because we only have one equipment. Again, we only have one equipment, so the double Stoneforge is not great, but I think this is a keep. And we'll just bottom the second Vial. Second Vial is a little bit more dead than Stoneforge. At least we can pitch this Stoneforge to Force of Virtue at some point. You would have kept the first one, Ellen? I don't like the first one. I didn't like it. Interesting. So, they have the Fatal Push. It's better to play the Giver on turn 1. But the value we're going to get with the Vial over the course of the game makes it right to play Vial first. But there are structures of their hand that would just be blown, or like that would make it better for us to just play Giver first. We just don't know what's in their hand. And because Vial is the safer, like, get value out of all my cards play as the game goes on, what we're going to do. But there are definitely hands our opponent could have that would be ideal situations for us to lead with Giver and just don't worry about Vial being a dead card. But I feel like that's fewer than 50% of the hands that they could have. Glimpse. Yeah. They did not hit our sword. That's good. Oh yeah, we boarded out the other two equipments because they're not very good in this matchup. Batterskull's a little too slow. We don't want to like take turn 3 off to cast a Batterskull that might just get fatal pushed. We kind of want to just like present a steady stream of threats. And sort of Fire and Ice is very good still because it can kill a Hedron Crab. It gets through all their blockers, draws us cards, and also deals 4 damage just like Batterskull. And the life gain from Batterskull is no good. Obviously doesn't do anything. And then Light and Shadow similarly is not that great when we're bringing in Rip and the life game doesn't do anything. We'd like to draw a Rip so they can't Crypt Incursion us. Duress. Interesting. My mostly all creature deck, you're gonna bring in Duress. Okay, alright. I think Inquisition's a better one there. But I see you, baby. So they do definitely have Fatal Push, and they missed their land drop. So we're gonna bash for 4 here. And we're gonna protect the Thalia because if the Thalia stays alive and they're on 2 lands, we're golden. Also, the second Stoneforge doesn't get anything. They don't know that, but we just want to draw a Force of Virtue that we can pitch the second Stoneforge to. The third one's in our yard, so that's good. We can't draw another one. There's also no Force of Virtue in our yard. Pithing Needle. I guess I have to respond with Vial here. I want to get some of my value. And then they're just going to name the sword, but that's fine. They also might name Stoneforge. Or Giver. They might pick Giver. But still, like, just in case they were going to name Vial, I think I have to respond with the Vial activation there. Either way, it doesn't look like they drew a land, so feeling great. He does give so much. And we do have 2 of them. They picked Stoneforge, alright. Sweet. We're just going to leave the Vial on 2. The only downside there is if we draw a Flicker Wisp. Because Flicker Wisp would be very good right now. Witch Enchant? Witch Enchant, folks. Wait, do we have lethal if we just swing with the whole team? So that's 6, 7, 8. So it's 7 and then 8, so that's not enough, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we're 1 off. If they draw a fetch and don't have a push for Thalia, then it's smart to swing out, but I think we're just going to play around them pushing Thalia. I think that makes more sense. Dad Enchant. Oh, they found a land. They still can't Crypt Incursion. Still can't Bantus, but they could cast another Glimpse and then just die. What you got for me? Let's see. If we draw a land, it doesn't do anything because they have Pithing Needle on Stoneforge. Cobra the Giver, discarding a Scheming Symmetry. Ooh. Ooh. Still dead in 2 turns, but yeah. Okay. I guess now the upside of drawing Flicker Wisp is that good that we want to pick it up. So we can attack for 5 and then attack for 7 if we play the Rest in Peace. The upside to playing Rest in Peace is it means they can't find land and slam Crypt Incursion. The downside is we can't do lethal if we want to hold back Giver to save Thalia. Next turn. This is close. They'd have to top deck a land and also have a Crypt Incursion in their hand already. But I assume if they kept a hand with like not that many lands and no Hedron Crab, it probably has a Crypt Incursion in it. Although I guess Scheming Symmetry goes and gets Crypt Incursion. So maybe they counted that. You think we should rip? Rip is safest. Sort of. Go aggro with the Mutavault. I mean, they have to draw exactly a land. Although that's their most likely draw. You play it slow? We can play it slow. We have 38 cards in our deck. Yeah, I don't want to get Crypt Incursioned. The problem here is we don't have lethal on the following turn, so we're just gonna save the rip or the giver anyway, and just put him to 8. They did find the land, so rip was probably great. But they could just wipe our board here, and that'd be bad. You got the Bantus. Bantu's kind of fine because they're tapped out for the whole turn. It is Bantus. Alright. Wish we had something to violin on 3. Unfortunately, we don't. Let's get a creature. Interesting. I think since they're going to be tapped out next turn, we want to get the sword into play here. It does more damage. Next turn, it puts them to 1. And they're tapped out. So this has got to be correct. Yeah, we'll put them to 1 next turn. And then they can't even crack a fetch. Rip swing with Giver. It wasn't lethal, though. Oh, because they cracked a fetch. Yeah, they cracked a fetch, so it was lethal, but or maybe it was lethal anyway. I don't know. No shield. But yeah, we're just gonna smack him around with this sword a little bit. Give him the old what for? Show him how the West was won. This is not at all that, but alright, they didn't scoop. Guess they have outs to our Mutavault. That's not ideal. So they could have Snapcaster, I guess. So that means I should equip. Alright, fine. Yeah, I mean, they probably had push there, but I played around Snapcaster because they could have had Snapcaster in their deck. And casting Force of Virtue is not doing a ton for us anyway. So I felt like might as well play around Snapcaster. Because we can. No reason to disenchant a Pithing Needle here. We have no more Stoneforges in our deck. Oof. They can't crack a fetch, which is cool, but they have plenty of lands. We're just gonna cycle our Field of Ruin. Might as well hit the Hideaway land. I guess this could play into Archive Trap though. But they could just cast Archive Trap anyway. I guess I don't care. Not that they're ever using that Hideaway land because we have Rest in Peace, but yeah. Just give me a... God damn it. Alright. Opponent's not doing anything either. What do they have? Just a bunch more removal, maybe? Here's an Anthem. How about that? Godhawk would be a sweet draw. Godhawk probably best draw. Ooh, buddy. Ask and thou shalt receiveth the Kakaka. Bloop, bloop, bloop. How many Bantus do we want to play around? I guess all of them. They just haven't been doing anything, so I think we just let them kill one Squad Hawk at a time if that's what they're gonna do. since they have 5 cards in hand. Maybe they're just waiting to mill me out all at once. That could also be a thing. And they're just going to scoop. We'll take it. Just like it's 2008, we're going to play a Squadron Hawk against a mill deck. Just go back in time for a sec. This is the list. We're 3-0. Like I said, we're coming for the trophies. Hydra trophies, we're coming for them. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab a snack, but I want y'all to tell me what you're playing in Modern right now, and tell me what cards you like in the list, what cards you don't like. You want to talk about choices and stuff. Sanch Smooth, thank you for that follow. I also have to hydrate. True. We were right back, y'all. Alright, we're back. Sorry about the delay there. We got 75% of Wurza put together. Nice. Brennan 6 is 140. That's ridiculous. Can I Titan shift? Cool. Strategist, welcome to the stream team. 560 for a playset of Renin 6. That is insane. Urza's 30 ticks. Damn. Should have picked up Urza's when I had the chance. I think if you want to commit to the mono white plan, I have considered Mistveiled Plains. I have not considered Brave the Elements. I think with the 4 Giver of Runes, we have a much more versatile card than Brave the Elements that also gives us that effect. I have played Brave the Elements in the past. I think it's good in like a white weenie strategy that's trying to close the game out very quickly. Our deck can close the game out fairly quickly with Force of Virtue, but I don't think this is a Brave the Elements deck, personally. As far as Mistveiled Plains goes, it comes into play tapped, which is a big deal. We could play fetch lands and play it, but our deck already grinds very, very well. If you go back and watch the VOD of this league, we crushed Jund and we crushed Blue-White, and it's because we can grind the hell out of those 2 decks. So because we already can grind really well, I don't think we need to put a tapped land in our deck that helps us grind even more. And that's my big argument there for Mistveiled Plains, but I really appreciate the suggestions, and thank you for shooting them my way. Oketra's Monument is definitely another card that is could play pretty well with Squad Hawks. That's not really what this deck is doing, though. We're kind of a disruptive deck, and we already grind really well, like I was saying, so we don't really need that type of thing in this build. But I'm sure there is a build you could make with Brave the Elements and Mistveiled Plains and just try to like go full in on that strategy. You could also play like Martyr and just do that fully, but that's not really what this deck's trying to do. Mana Tithe is super spicy, I fully agree. It's not my style card right now, but I love getting people with that. I think it's super fun to get people with Mana Tithe, absolutely. No, fella, not with this list. I was playing Thalia Stompy. This was before Stoneforge was out, was GP Vegas. It was like 3 weeks ago. So it was the weekend before they unbanned Stoneforge. And I was playing Thalia Stompy, which is basically a Turbo Taxes deck. Chalice of the Void, Simian Spirit Guide, Thalia, Leonin Arbiter, Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smasher, those types of cards. You put it in the board and as a 3 of versus some plans. I like that. I like that move, strategist. You could definitely catch people. That's cool. Boros. Yeah, I mean, it's technically Boros. I had like Hazaret in the side, but it's like a micro splash. Like you just play 4 Sunbaked Canyons and then the 4 Simian Spirit Guides and like 2 Caverns and 2 Battlefield Forges. So technically 12 sources of red. But really 4 of them are Simian Spirit Guide. And then I was playing Hazaret and Wear Tear in the sideboard, but otherwise it was fully mono white. Let's go first. Fully agree, strategist, that those cards are good. I think Ranger Captain of Eos, I was talking about this earlier, I think Ranger Captain of Eos is actually better against Jund than Mirran Crusader. I think we're fine against Jund. We don't need those cards. But certainly in some mono white lists that don't grind as hard as we do, you'd want those 2 cards. They do have a lot of merit in the right situations. Yeah, we'll keep this one. Gonna bottom that sword. Cool thing about this deck is when we're mulliganing, we have the Stoneforge package, which is good to put back. Squad Hawks, multiple Squad Hawks in our hand, we can just put one back. So we get to get some free value in mulliganing. Yeah, mono white's great. I'm a big fan myself. How do I think Turbo Taxes is currently? I don't think Chalice is at its best right now. So I don't think it's at its best. But once the format like kind of settles in, Chalice might get a little better. I think when Chalice is good, that deck is very good, and when Chalice is like medium, that deck is kind of medium. It's still fine. Like you could play it right now, and certainly 5-0 with it if you get the right matchups. But I think when everybody wants to grind, it's not the right choice because it doesn't grind that well, and you're putting a lot of resources into your first couple of turns. And if they can interact with your spells that you're putting all your resources in the first couple of turns, or they're just not affected too much by a Chalice or an Arbiter, it becomes really difficult to close out the game. So I don't think TurboTaxes is super well positioned right now. I think you want to be able to grind in this format. That's true, strategist. I'm pretty big on Mutavault and Field of Ruin right now, but at some point, if everybody's playing tons of counterspells, maybe I would think about one Cavern. It's just we already play Thalia and we already play Ether Vial, so I'm not that worried about counterspells for the most part. But certainly is something to keep in mind for if the format becomes way more counter heavy. I just don't think it's there right now. I also think we have a great matchup against blue-white right now, so I'm not worried about counter spells currently. Dryad Militant is certainly something I can fetch up with Ranger Cap, yeah. The current format, again, is not super big on graveyard stuff, so I'm not huge on Dryad Militant at the moment, but these are all really good suggestions. I do appreciate them. Appreciate talking about the different choices we can make also. Do I believe that 3 forces is the correct number? That's a good question. It's potentially a 4 of always, because you can pitch it to itself, right? And it's a free spell, so it is card disadvantage, but we have so much card advantage in our deck that the card disadvantage doesn't hurt that bad. And when you pitch it to itself, it's like you didn't lose anything, kind of. But I went down to 3 so I could fit in a second Flicker Wisp. I just really like Flicker Wisp. It does all the things. If you have a Vial on 3 and a Flicker Wisp, the world is your oyster. Literally, you can interact with anything at any time for the rest of the game, as long as you have those cards. Really powerful. But and Force of Virtue obviously has its moments where it's really bad. It's a way to beat them down early. It plays really well with Ranger Captain and Squad Hawk, but other than with Ranger Captain and Squad Hawk, if you don't draw any of those 8 cards to go with your Force of Virtue, and you also don't draw the other 2 Force of Virtues, then you don't have a good thing to pitch to it, and then you're just kind of playing a 4-mana Flash Anthem, which is pretty bad. So that's why I'm on 3, but we do have 10 ways to have something good to pitch to it. The other 2 forces and 8 cards that can get us more white cards to pitch to it. So I think it's pretty good, and I think 3 is probably correct, but I could see 4 being right also, and I could see even 2 maybe being right. But I think 3 feels good for me right now. Interesting. Huh. That was an interesting draw step. So if we play the Thalia, we can't play the Force, but we don't really need to play Force because main deck they're unlikely to have Plague Engineer. I do like this matchup. They're gonna dismember the Giver. Okay. All right, that's a big boy. Yeah, strategist. I am actually playing 2 Burnt-in Forge Tenders in the sideboard just for that. It counters Conflagrate, and it's also good against Anger of the Gods and Sweltering Suns and that type of thing. So Burnt-in Forge Tender is sweet. I love that card. Do have 2 in the board. The deck list should also be on your screen if you click over here. You want to see what's in my sideboard and what's in my deck. Anything we're excited about from the new set? Yeah, the giant hunter looks kind of interesting as a tutor target for Ranger Captain. Charming Prince, I'm sure, is going to be in a lot of my decks moving forward. Definitely going to be testing that out a lot after the set comes out. We're just going to take the 6 here. I guess they could have. Oh, they're just gonna do. They're just gonna do 18. All right. Well, that's a card they could have had. Blocking there was bad for us because we were low on resources and couldn't cast anything on the following turn. So we just had to hope they didn't have it, and they did. So we got, but I do like the matchup. I think it's pretty good. So I'm not that worried about games 2 and 3. We're gonna bring in On Thin Ice, which is probably pretty obvious, and then we're gonna bring in. Haven't seen anybody playing Anger the Gods in their sideboard these days. Just a bunch of Plague Engineers, usually 2. Rest in Peace is very good. And we want to trim the vials because they're playing K Command. They're also playing potentially like Shenanigans and other artifact hate cards. But even if it's just K Command, and the fact that they're playing so much Thoughtseize and Inquisition, Ether Vial gets a lot worse because we're gonna end up in top deck wars. And when you're digging for an Ether Vial, or you're top decking an Ether Vial on turn 7, you're pretty dead. You definitely don't want to top deck that. Everything else is pretty good. So I think we just want to do this. We could board in even Mind Sensor. The flying body is really nice, and they do play a ton of fetches, obviously. But I don't know what I'd want to cut for it. All our other cards are better than it, I think. Batterskull is not great. I guess we could trim a Batterskull and a Stoneforge for 2 Mind Sensors. Because Batterskull's smaller than their stuff. Yeah, you know what? I will do that. Because Mind Sensor, I mean, it's bad against Plague Engineer. It also happens to be a bird. So if they name bird with Plague Engineer and we have Squad Hawk, it becomes kind of an issue, but that's why we're playing Force of Virtue. Hopefully this all works out. Thanks, Strategist. Appreciate that. So yeah, I've got a big PTQ or MCQ, they're calling him now, on Sunday, either the Moto one or I'm gonna go to Vegas. I gotta figure out Vegas plans. Alright, so I'm going to Vegas. Cool. Just checked my phone and turns out I'm going to Vegas. Alright. So if anybody else is going to the MCQ in Vegas, that'll be fun to hang out. We're gonna keep this hand. It's got removal, it's got a clock with some good stuff, and then it's got a grindy card. They're likely to have a turn 1 discard spell, and I'd love to start with a giver on turn 1, but we can't always get what we want. But if we try sometimes, we might find we get what we need. And these cards should be good enough. Sweet, yeah, Doe Hater, you said you were gonna be there. That'll be awesome. Gonna get Light and Shadow. We don't have a flyer right now, so we do actually need the evasion. Also, Mutavault is very good in this matchup. They tend to put themselves down pretty low, and if you can just sneak in a few extra damage with your lands, ends up being pretty powerful. Cool. So I assume you were at GP Vegas as well. Opponent is deciding what they want to do in the face of this sort of light and shadow. They're like, well, do I want to thought seize it? They're just going to pass the turn. Alright. I think I'm going to attack with Stoneforge. Actually, no. Because if they just have snap block, I don't really like that. Nah. We're just gonna, because we have the Force of Virtue that we might cast, and we're gonna go get a Thraben Inspector, I think. And then we might pitch Thraben Inspector to Force of Virtue next turn. And the Stoneforge being a 2/3 body is gonna be much better than it just like trading for a Snapcaster right now. Also could grab Giver to pitch, because Thraben Inspector drawing us an extra card is kind of nice. I'll just get Thraben. I'm not sure if we're going to want to pitch it or not at this point. Didn't play in the Modern GP. Yeah. A lot of people I know didn't play in that Modern GP because Hogak Summer was oppressive. Anyway, our opponent's cracking their fetch. I think I'm going to change the focus of this a little bit. Opponent at 14. They kind of want to hurt themselves anyway, so attacking with Stoneforge not always the best. Fatal Push the Ranger Captain. Alright. Alright. Sure. They played around Force of Virtue there. Not that we could have cast it on our turn, but if they bolted the Ranger Captain, could have been interesting. Play 3 Death Shadows. That'd be rough. One is okay. And they don't have Stubborn Denial up. So they're likely to be able to have Stubborn Denial up at some point. And I'm not sure if we want to get the value off the Mind Sensor or not. I mean, Stubborn Denial is still going to counter the path if we cast Mind Sensor as well. So maybe we save the path for our turn. Just play the Inspector here. Yeah, I think we'll just play Inspector, get the clue. Means we don't have the Inspector to pitch to Force of Virtue, but we'll see. Even without Force of Virtue, we could even pitch Path to Force of Virtue, and we're dealing 11 on the swing back. If they have no way to interact. I mean, they have 4 cards, they have a bolt and a push in their yard, so it's not likely that they don't have a way to interact, but we do have 11 damage. Got some mic noise after moving cam. Oh, really? Weird. Oops. How is it now? Gains all the way down. Shouldn't have done anything when I hit the camera. They're not connected. That's weird, but alright, let's pass the turn here. I'll try to fix the mic in a sec. I mean, there is a fan on in my room, but it should be drowned out by the noise gate. Alright. One has 5 cards. Dismember the Thraben Inspector. Okay. We're dead. We can definitely deal 6. I'm pitching the path, I think. Oof, maybe not. Oh, this is close. I can pitch the Mind Sensor and still have the path up. That's better. And then we can also draw a card with the clue. Yeah, I'm using noise suppression. Yeah. It's like a... Yeah. It's weird that it's not working though. Another Mutavault. That's pretty spicy. It could stubs this. No. So they might have a stubborn denial, and we're not playing around that. If they have a push and then a stubborn denial, I think we're dead. Although they'll go to 3, so then we'd go to 2. Yeah, maybe we're not dead. They could have double push also, or bolt and push. But this is lethal. You're not hearing anything? Oh, cool. Thanks for letting me know, though. Either way, if anybody's hearing something, I do want to know about it. So we can get the stream feeling all nice for everybody. Alright, so now we get to path the Death Shadow right now. And we have 2 more Mutavaults coming in on the following turn. Because they're tapped out now. And both the Mutavaults are lethal, because sometimes Mutavaults are 3/3s. We definitely can't let them untap. So we've flooded out this game, but we're still very likely to win next turn. Which feels pretty good. Because sometimes our lands are creatures. Terminate's interesting. I haven't seen that one in a while. Very clean answer to things. They probably have snap terminate or something, but that's okay. Oh baby. Oh baby. Yeah, I think because they don't have a threat in play, I guess we can wait with nah, if they have an Inquisition next turn and they take our Squad Hog, that's a big deal. So we're gonna just activate 1 Mutavault right now. So that we can still cast Squad Hawk. And we're just gonna make them deal with this 1 Mutavault. And then we're gonna cast Squad Hawk. They're probably gonna snap terminate or whatever, or just lightning bolt. That works too. But now you got to deal with all these 2/2 flyers. Which they definitely don't have a clean answer to, because their best answer would be Plague Engineer, and we have a Force of Virtue in play. So good luck. Good luck, opponent. Got some Tony Hawks. Oh yeah. Getting back Street Wraith. Okay. They're gonna cast Street Wraith next turn? And that is a thing they can do. It does block Mutavault. Oh, they drew Death Shadow. Ooh. Alright. Alright then. Game on. So they have the TBR, we're dead. They had to find a Death Shadow there, and they sure did. They could also have 2 removal spells. We know one of the cards in their hand, cards. Yeah, said that right. Cards in their hand is a Street Wraith. So we know they don't have 2 removal spells right now. They also can't cycle the Street Wraith because they're at 2. Oh. They give me discard? Okay. Oh, they had no more creatures to get. So if they top decked a removal spell, we lose. Opt could find them a removal spell. How good would I say White Force is? It's very good against Plague Engineer, Renin 6. It's good at presenting a clock with Squad Hawk. I don't think the card's any good if you're not playing some way to abuse it, like Squadron Hawk, Ranger Captain. It definitely would not be in my deck if I wasn't playing Squadron Hawk. They're gonna come with it. You have to block. Are you serious? Wow, our opponent's a goddamn champion. They bottomed with Opt. Alright. Good for you. Good for you. I think this is a very good matchup, but our opponent's a champion. So, we got. We got. Sometimes your opponent is just a champion. But yeah, I think the White Force is, in general, a bad card. With Squadron Hawk, pretty good. Anytime you can get free spells, they can be good. It depends on the metagame. It depends on what people are doing. When Plague Engineer is one of the most played cards in black decks, I think Force of Virtue is a decent place to be. When Renin 6 is 140 ticks, and everybody wants to jam their Jund deck that has been collecting dust in their back room of their closet because nobody wanted to touch Jund forever. And everybody's like so happy to jam their Tarmogoyfs right now. I think Force of Virtue is a pretty good spot to be. But if the format changes and it's not so grindy anymore, I think we can move off of the Squawk Force of Virtue plan. But at the moment, it's pretty solid. I'm going to keep this. 4 lands is kind of a lot, but turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Squad Hawk, draw 3. Not too bad in the dark. But we did lose to GDS there. Pepperoni. But yeah, I wouldn't just go jamming White Force into like any white deck. Like, don't do that. I don't think the card is that good. I think it plays very well with things like Squad Hawk and Ranger Captain, and to a lesser extent, like Stoneforge, just because those cards all replace themselves. So if you pitch them, you're not losing out on as much value. All right, we're playing against Dredge in round 5 here. That was a pretty good draw. Thalia is very good, but on the draw, game 1 against Dredge. We're pretty dead. There's not a ton we can do on the draw against Dredge, especially when they hit a Dredger like they just did. With the Shriekhorn, we kind of have to hope they whiff a bit to be able to sneak out of game 1. On the draw, if we're on the play game 1, sometimes we can get them. Because Thalia stops Cathartic Reunion for at least a couple turns, sometimes infinitely, because they don't play that many lands. So if we can stop them from getting to 3 lands and we have a Thalia, like, or if they just happen to not keep a hand with 3 lands, then we can usually get there. But on the draw against Dredge, it's super not good. We have to get pretty lucky to win game 1. So right now they don't actually have any way to continue their Dredge plan. And they didn't have a Cathartic Reunion, so these are good things. They hit a Stinkweed Imp. Alright. That's not a good thing. There's another Bloodghast, there's a Golgari Thug, so they can continue their dredging. They don't have another land though. So they kept a land heavy hand. But they didn't have a Cathartic Reunion last turn, so that means they don't have one this turn. They might have a Life from the Loam? No, they didn't have Life from the Loam last turn either. So, I don't know, this could be worse. Yeah, Martyr Proc could definitely abuse Force. It is a white card to reveal the Martyr. So I don't hate it. It might have some space in there, but if you're also trying to jam Stoneforge, then maybe that gets more difficult. Depends on what your game plan is with Martyr. If you're just trying to grind people out, then pitching cards isn't generally where you want to be. But closing the game faster is certainly good. Interesting. We kind of want to take them off green. But I think we also want to get the Squad Hawks into play so we can start blocking the Narcomoebas. Those don't come back, which is kind of nice. Seems like their hand's probably mostly lands and Stinkweed Imps at this point. And they didn't play a black source, so I don't know if they have a black source. We know they have 2 Stinkweed Imps, and we don't know what the other card is. We're not attacking with Thalia because she does block the Bloodghast pretty well. I think we're just gonna play a Squad Hawk. And get 3 more Squad Hawks. We haven't played a land yet this turn, so we're not gonna have to discard the hand size. Silent Clearing already being in play is like marginally good. We'll just play the crack land because we're likely to crack next turn. Maybe. Yeah, if you have Gideon, that also works as a Force of Virtue. Not a free Force of Virtue, but it does have applications in other matchups. I think we're blocking with the Squawks. We don't want to take much damage here. The problem is, if we draw Force of Virtue next turn, we definitely don't want to have blocked. But I think preserving our life total is going to be pretty important. They hit a Prized Amalgam. Ooh. Tempting not to kill the Bloodghast in that case, because if they did have another land, so we know their hand is Golgari Thug, or no, Golgari Thug and 2 Stinkweed Imps. They didn't have another land. Alright, that's good. Gonna leave it on 2. Flicker Wisp. Alright. The reason to put it up to 3 next turn. We're gonna crack this to draw a card. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. So they don't have any dredgers in the yard. And I think we're in really good shape here. They're just going to draw from the top of their deck. I think I'm going to attack. Yeah, we do have to close out the game at some point. Yeah. But we're going to have Batterskull or sort of Light and Shadow, or sort of Fire and Ice. Whatever one feels better. They're not doing anything. Putting us to 14, that's fine. So they drew, but they didn't hit a land. They did hit a land, never mind. Alright, that's really bad. Alright, so I guess we need Batterskull. Yeah, it's definitely going to be Batterskull here. And you get... Oh, you're just going to cast one of those. That makes sense. That was their last card. They got a bunch of 3/3s, but we're going to have Batterskull. We are going to take this up because we have Flicker Wisp. We could also draw Ranger Captain at some point. Certainly want to cut them off black. That is an option. I don't think they play any swamps. And right now they don't have any Bloodghast in their yard. So I think we do want to cut them off black. The other way we can do that is just take it for the turn with the Flicker Wisp, which might be better. That way we can get the Squad Hawk into play and the Batterskull. Yeah, I think that's better. And yeah, we'll play Field of Ruin. Get in there for 1. And then on our end step, we're going to take their Black Source. The problem there is they're going to get a land back. So the Bloodghast that die are going to come back. But I think that's okay. They don't have any more prized amalgams in their yard. I guess they will later, but... they're just going to draw naturally here. We do have Light and Shadow, yeah. Light and Shadow, Fire and Ice, and Batterskull are the 3 that I'm playing. Light and Shadow's D's here, but I think Batterskull is better. We do really need to gain a chunk of life here and also be able to block Prized Amalgam. We could have put Light and Shadow on like a Thalia and been in pretty good shape. And then drawn a Squad Hawk, which is also pretty good. Like, it's fine. But I think the Batterskull body is going to be pretty good. We can also equip Batterskull to like Flicker Wisp next turn. And deal a ton of damage. Always no, always yield. There we go. That's the kind of guy I'm talking about. So we have some fun stuff we can do here. Kind of want to path if they double block with the prized amalgams, which I assume they will do. And then I want to Field of Ruin their Black Source. Yeah, these are things we're doing. I feel like they're going to double block. And then now we're going to Field of Ruin their Black Source, because we know their hand is 3 black cards and an unknown. We know they don't have any more basics in their deck. They play 1 mountain. And now we're gonna Ranger Captain for a giver. Yeah, baby. So that worked out really well. Our opponent had the pretty decent dredge hand, and they just kind of didn't go off as hard as they wanted to, and we were able to close it out. They really just didn't have Cathartic Reunion was the big one. I was expecting you to throw out Batterskull and flicker the Stoneforge. Yeah, we just didn't really need another equipment there, but that could have been solid as well. I think keeping them off casting blockers was more important. But had we gotten the other equipment, then they wouldn't have been able to block anyway. So yeah, I think your line could have been fine too. But the way it worked out, we actually did want to use our mana on our following turn not to play and equip a sword. So it worked out either way. I think mostly because we had the path, it made more sense to do it that way. So we're playing against Dredge. They do play basically just Shriekhorn for Revoker, but we don't have a ton of stuff to bring in. So Flicker Wisp is pretty bad. We're gonna drop here. Thalia is very good. Stoneforge getting Batterskull is really important. Light and Shadow less important, but still pretty good. And then sort of Fire and Ice, not very good. Probably not what we want, although it does present a clock. Then there's also the Squad Hawks and the Force of Virtues, which are probably not super great. Raven Inspector could draw us into our Rest in Peace, which is pretty important. The Ether Vials are like medium. I mean, they play Ancient Grudge. They can be a little bit medium, but yeah, I guess the Ether Vials could come out. And then as far as Mind Sensor goes, that's another card we could bring in. Could be Mind Sensor for Sophie. But Mind Sensor's body is pretty bad against their Narcomoebas, so I don't know. What's up, Ellen Pereira? Yeah, this is my version of Taxes right now. I think it's the way to go, because we can outgrind all the grindy decks. And we can also stop the combo decks with Thalia and Stoneforge getting Batterskull, blocking the goblins, or, you know, different things. Path to Exile is pretty good against combo as well, generally. So this is definitely a mulligan. Alright, so this hand has a Burnt Forge Tender, which is very good against their Conflagrates, which is one of the ways they beat you. Our opponent kept 7, it looks like. No, they mulled to 5. I'm going to keep this hand. And we're going to bottom, I think, the Mutavault. Either that or Ranger Captain. But I kind of just really like having 2 4/4s. I mean, 3/3s that might be 4/4s later. The 4/4s are pretty good. And Mutavault, probably not activating that for a while. I would have considered mulliganing this hand if our opponent kept 7 and just digging for a rip, because on the draw, when your opponent's on 7, kind of just need a rip as far as playing against Dredge. But since they mulled to 5, I think we can probably get there even without rip in our first 3 or 4 turns. And we're down to 2 rips because I think the Jund matchup's already kind of good, and I used to bring in 3 rips against Jund to stop their Tarmogoyfs, Brennan 6s, and Scavenging Uses from being threats. But I found that against Jund, we're kind of just good. Like, we can outgrind them. So I don't need all 3 rips, which means Dredge is like, it's being played. It's not something that people aren't playing, but it's not enough of the metagame share that I really want 4 or like even 3 rips. So I'm on 2 right now. I mean, the 2 Forge Tenders are also really good against Dredge. Batterskull's really good against Dredge. So we have like some main deck stuff, and then Revoker's okay. It's not great, but if you name Shriekhorn with it, you stop 4 of their cards. Alright. They had a good hand. They had a Cathartic Reunion, so they don't actually have a Dredger in their yard right now, though. Oh, wow. Well, what can I say? The other good thing about keeping a hand without rip is you can just draw it off the top. Oops. Oops. Inkweed's getting frisky. Just gonna squat up. Squat up. So we are more likely to draw land next turn. And then we could just kill him with the Ranger Cap. Well, I'm gonna pass Tinkweed Imp. Not that scary, but neither is anything they're doing in the face of the Rest in Peace, so they also still don't have double black if they have Bloodghast in their hand. They didn't cast a second Stinkweed Imp last turn, so I don't think they have any more of those, or Golgari Thug. Let's see what they dredged, actually. They dredged Light from the Loam and Stinkweed Imp, yeah, so they're probably not doing much this game. Land would be cool. Alright. We're just gonna bring the really medium beat, and they're gonna scoop. They just don't want to die in 4 turns to a bunch of 1/1s. So we got the 4/1. I'm sorry, did you want to be doing stuff? Some graveyard stuff? Because we top decked a Rest in Peace. Obviously, we got a little lucky there, topping the rest in Peace on that turn. But you know, we're playing Rest in Peace. You're playing Dredge. Sometimes we're gonna get you. So yeah, pretty happy with that. When do the Modern Horizons cards come out in the chests? Because I'm saving my chests until they do. So as far as the list goes, I don't think I'm going to change anything. I think I'm locking this in for this weekend and just going to run this. I'm feeling good about all the choices. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna lock this in. So let's jump in another league, and this time maybe we'll grab that trophy. We were close. We got by GDS. I think that is a pretty good matchup, but they're just kind of a pretty good deck. They have a lot of 1-mana spells that cantrip and find what they need. They have 1-mana 10/10s, and they have Teamer Battle Rage. And we got by Teamer Battle Rage at some very opportune moments from our opponent in both the games that we lost. We were very far ahead if they don't find exactly Teamer Battle Rage on that turn. They bottomed with an opt. We knew their last card was Street Wraith, and they tapped, or like they drew off the opt after already drawing a card for their turn. They opt, bottom, draw, attack, we block, they Teamer Battle Rage. I was like, cool. And they play what, like 2 Teamer Battle Rage in their list. They might even take one out post board to fit in their Plague Engineers and stuff. I'm not sure exactly how they board against Death and Taxes, but yeah. Thanks, Smackins. Enjoyed you hanging out for a bit. I'll see you next time. We're going to keep this hand. It's pretty solid. And it looks like it might be Jund, which we're real happy about. Ooh, the combo. The Wombo combo. Coming in hot. Jund hand that didn't have a turn 1 discard spell is kind of good for us. Because if they took Squad Hawk, we're in a bit more trouble here. But since they didn't, they're just going to play a land and pass. Ooh, wow. Yeah, that's hot. We're doing it. We're doing it real right over here. The way we're going to play this is Bash with Thalia. See how this goes. And then Thalia does make Force of Virtue cost 1 even when it's free. Because that's how she works. But we're just going to squad up. Just a little Squawkcestral recall. Oops, oops, oops. And Jund can't really beat a resolved Squad Hawk. They have Maelstrom Pulse, and then post board they have... Oh, this is not Jund. This is Living End. Alright. That's more of an issue. But Thalia stops them really hard from casting Living End because they need an extra mana for the Cascade spell, and then they need an extra mana for the Living End itself. So they need 5 to go off. So we have some time. Alright, Fulminator Mage is pretty good here though. But we can actually give our Mutavault protection from Fulminator. Which is kind of cool. So now we can't, because we tapped out. So now they can Fulminator our Mutavault. Is a good play. But we weren't going to attack with Mutavault this turn anyway. We can also keep them off. Yeah, Ranger Captain's insane against them because they cast the Cascade spell. And we can just respond by sacking Ranger Captain. They can't even Cascade into a Living End. So Actually, I think this is a really good matchup. I forgot about Ranger Captain being insane here. Yeah, I don't think they can beat Ranger Captain at all. Now that I'm thinking about it. I guess we get Giver of Runes. And I'm just gonna swing out here. Like, they can go ahead and Shriek Maw Thalia if they want. They are not winning this game. This gives us lethal next turn also if we swing out. If we don't swing out, go to 10, and then I guess we still had lethal next turn. Yeah, this seems actually like a really good matchup. I've not played against Living End in a long time. I do like this deck. I built this deck right when Modern was announced. I built Affinity and Living End, and what else did I have? I think Birthing Pod I had most of. Yeah, they're just going to scoop because what are they going to do? They got no outs to Thalia and Ranger Captain. So, definitely want rest. That's obvious. They probably have Anger the Gods, so I think Virgin Forge Tender is pretty good. And I like Path to Exile. I like Giver. I like the Raven Inspector maybe drawing us into Rest in Peace. Batterskull is okay. The Stoneforge Mystics patch, the whole Stoneforge Mystic package is just okay. Like, I think Batterskull's the only one we really care about. And we could probably board out like 2 Stoneforges and the swords. They're not exactly great here. If we have creatures in our graveyard, we kind of want them to be in our graveyard so we can get them back if they Living End. And I think Forge Tender and Rest in Peace make a lot more sense, but I'll be right back. I just need to use the bathroom. Let's make it back in time. Oh, we got there. So, we've got Ranger Captain, which is pretty hard for them to beat, but we're not going to be able to play it until turn 4. With the Vial, and then we're on the draw. So we're likely to not get there with this Ranger Captain. And Double Giver is more than we need. Stoneforge is fine, but not insane in this matchup or anything. I'm going to mulligan looking for a Thalia. Finding a Thalia. Bottoming Batterskull. I think this is better. We also have a Ranger Captain, so we're in pretty good shape here. We also have Rest in Peace in our deck, which is pretty hard for them to beat. Second Thalia is not ideal. We definitely wanted to land. I'm probably going to pitch the second Thalia to Force of Virtue here on their turn. They put it in tapped, huh? You don't know that we can keep a 1 land on 6? I mean, we're on the draw. I think this hand's fine. It's 2 cards that are just lights out, basically. I think that hand was fine. We didn't get there, but I think it was defensible. Living End, yeah. Yeah, these cards both just win the game by themselves. Shriek Maw targeted Giver, sure. That's fine. There we go. Now, we don't really want them to Shriek Maw target Thalia, so I guess we hold up the Giver now. Play it a little slower. Caw! Yeah, it's all good. Artillery, how you doing today, by the way? K-Ro, how you doing? Well. Alright. Pretty good. It's pretty good. So they're 1 land off of being able to do it. Not an ideal draw there. We might path our own Forge Tender. Oh no, we can't. Yeah, we can't path our own Forge Tender this turn, but we might do it next turn. This does insulate us from Anger of the Gods, which is nice. We can also sack Forge Tender at any point, which is kind of good. So that it comes back when they Living End. But Arcbound Ravager was your best card as affinity against Living End because you could just sack your whole board and they'll all come back. And then you just kill them in the air. They're going to go for it. Alright. Does make a lot of sense. They're going to go for it. They have plenty of stuff. And 2 Shriek Maws coming back, which are going to kill our Givers. Yeah, this is pretty bad for us. Alright. Deal. Ingot Chewer. These are all cards we know about. Living End on the stack. Stack Forge Tender. That one. Here, I think I'm gonna path my pop. Yes, we want to path their 4/4. Wait, this has fear. That's actually a problem. It's got fear. Hey, hey. Could also path our own creature just so we can cast Ranger Captain. Getting another Giver. Not great. We're taking 6. We do that. I think we just have to hope to draw a land, and I think we have to path a Shriek Maw. I have Artillery Frost. That is something that some folks in the Discord have been talking about, And it does make a lot of sense. The problem with it for me is it's a tapped land. Fetches hurt me, which is bad against burn. But the main problem is it's a tapped land. The second problem is that we're already really good against grindy decks. Like, I don't really need a way to grind even harder. 4 Ranger Captain, 4 Stoneforge Mystic, 4 Squadron Hawk. We're not running out of cards. We're not running out of things to use our mana on. So the Misfail Plains, yeah, it could let us grind harder. And if the format was like crazily heavy on Jund and whatever, which I think it is fairly heavy right now. I just think we're favored against those decks already, and we can already outgrind them. So I don't think we need Misfail Plains, because I think it hurts our mana base enough that it wouldn't be worth it. But it is something that I encourage people to try. My theory crafting around it is that it seems wrong, because I already don't run out of cards against those decks. That was a really bad draw. Yeah, that was a really, really, really bad draw. All right, so we're going to get got here. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll send you the link. Here's the link for anybody that wants to check out the Modern D&T Discord. Including you, Artillery Frost. Off work early for streams. Hell yeah, K-Ro. At least we get to only take 7 here. Maybe more. Land, please. Yeah, alright, we're not just dead. And we're gonna get a white card. Giver's pretty good. I get Thraben Inspector because I'm likely to pitch it. So if they don't cycle for horror, we can eat it with the Ranger Captain. We can also eat the Carabid, which they can't make bigger, but we have a blocker for Carabid forever, so it doesn't really matter. Problem is they probably have a cycler for the horror. It's just, do they have 2? So if they just have 1, we're okay with that, right? There's 1. They get priority back. They're passing. Did you draw another one? Damn it. At least they're not casting those cards, so that's kind of good. We're just gonna sack the captain now. So we have a 3/3 Forge Tender. Our best draws are like more Ranger Captains, probably. Stoneforge is solid. Batterskull is pretty huge right now. They do have Ingot Chewer. And this way we have to take 7, potentially lethal, because we can't block with Stoneforge. Because we need to have Batterskull go into play. So if they have 2 cyclers, we're dead. Because we can't play around that, really. We can't afford to. We need to put this Batterskull into play. Yeah. So if they have 2 cyclers, they got us. They don't. Alright, sweet. They might just have an Ingot Chewer, though. Ooh, that was a really good draw. Hey, solid. Man, if we win this game, that'd be pretty sweet. We're playing 2 rips. We just didn't draw them. They could have Beast Within for the Batterskull token, and that kills us. Can't do anything about that, and they probably have it. I mean, for the Batterskull itself. We get to untap with this Batterskull though. We're just gonna win. Ooh! They have the Chewer probably post combat. What's this? What are you doing? What's this 20 mana spell? Oh yeah, hard casting get Chewer. Yeah, that works. Oh, the germ dies because it has 3 damage marked on it. Yeah, that makes sense. So we can attack for 6. And then have lethal on the swing back. They have 3 cards in hand. Huh. What are their 3 cards? Probably more creatures, right? Or maybe like demonic dread stuff. Yeah, I guess if they have violent outburst, they can just cast violent outburst and we lose. So, well, no, I mean we don't lose. We can block with Mutavault, but we don't want to block with Mutavault. So I'm just gonna attack with the Stoneforge. Wait, Mutavault's a 4/4. Maybe we are supposed to attack with. Yeah, no, let's just do it like this. Mutavault's a 4/4. So we're still in this game. Our opponent Shriek Mod us twice, and then Living Ended and Shriek Mod us twice again, and we might win. So this means they probably have the Violent Outburst. We can just eat the Ingot Chewer, but putting it in their graveyard is maybe not. But we don't really have any other artifacts in our deck anyway, though. Besides Ether Vial. I do want to eat the Ingot Chewer. I have to assume they have Violent Outburst here, but it's still just a trade. We still have a 3/4 Stoneforge getting in there. Feel like this is better than just definitely trading. Maybe that's wrong though. Maybe we want this. Trevor 1030, thanks for that host. Really appreciate that. No effects. Ingot cheaper, sure. Canopy's a redraw. Giver's great. That's a 3/4. And we're in the driver's seat here, folks. Funny as it may seem. Oh, that's rich. That's rich. I do think Living End is just a really good matchup because we have Thalia and Ranger Captain. It's very hard for them to beat us if we have like both of those cards. We have 4 of each. So like, and then Rip out of the sideboard is even also really good. And also we just fought through it without, like, we didn't even hit our 3rd land till like turn 5. Didn't matter. We got there. I mean, we top decked that path. That path was pretty big. But that was sweet. Getting another match. Yeah, that was a fun way to start a league for sure. We're also 5-1 on the day. We 4-1'd our last league, and we're 1-0 right now. Pretty good win rate with this deck lately. This is one of those snapper keepers. Like a trapper keeper, except for it's a hand in Magic. And doesn't hold all my folders, my Lisa Frank folders with the cool colors and penguins and the unicorns. Is Lisa Frank still a thing? The kids have those folders. Trapper Keepo. Did I lose everybody because nobody knows what Lisa Frank is? It's worth a Google if you don't know. We had Giver into Thalia against Prowess, which is really good. But sometimes this deck just goes off. Are they on 1 land? Oh, baby. That's pretty good. They could have double blocked there, but I didn't think they were going to. And I called them on it. And we still could have givered to give it pro red. So they would have just lost a guy and then had to use their whole turn to kill Thalia if they were going to do that. They might just scoop here. I mean, we didn't get Batterskull. Oh, they didn't. They did hit their 2nd land, so they're probably not going to scoop. They're going to Lightning Bolt targeting Giver. Yeah, that makes sense. We're going to give Mystic pro red. Went too deep. Yeah. We'll take 2. Cool with that. Land would be sweet. Hey. The Dullard, welcome to the stream team. Hey. Good luck, my friend. I don't think you're beating this in 100 years. Oops, hit with a sword. I mean, if we didn't draw land, it was fine too, because we still got a Batterskull. Summer Ringer, Sumo Ringer. Welcome to the stream, team. Have I played against Thopter combo and blue-white control with this deck? Yes, very much, both of those. Those are two of the most popular decks in the format, and I've been jamming this for the last couple weeks. Blue-white is a very good matchup because we can outgrind them really easily. Urza is a lot closer. So Urza, we have a lot in our sideboard for them. And main deck we can definitely win, but it's a little bit harder. Like, we have Thalia, which slows them down a good amount, and then Squad Hawks and Force of Virtue can close the game out fairly quickly against them if they don't have like a pretty fast combo draw. But we don't have a ton of ways other than Path to Exile to interact with their combo in game 1. Game 2 and 3 we get Revokers, we get Stonies, we get Rips, we get Disenchants, we get On Thin Ice. We have a lot of stuff we bring in for games 2 and 3, and we can very easily interact with their combo. The way they usually get us is if they draw multiple Urzas, and we only draw one removal spell. So that's usually how I end up losing to Urza. But it's pretty close. I'd say it's like 50-50-ish. In post-board games, I think we're favored, but in game 1, I think they're favored. So it's close. But blue-white, I think, is a good matchup because we have just infinite creatures, infinite stuff. They like can never run us out of stuff, and a lot of what we're doing is very difficult for them to beat. So we're playing against mono-red prowess here. So we're gonna want Forge Tender, On Thin Ice, and Rest in Peace. What we don't want is the Raven Inspector is kind of slow, but it does block. Maybe that's okay. This might actually be the matchup where we don't want Force of Virtue and Squad Hawk. Although we could also cut the Vials to play around their artifact removal a little bit and cut like Walking Ballista and yeah, maybe a Thraben Inspector. Let's try that. Yeah, so blue-white's pretty good. They obviously can have hands that can disrupt us and get us if we don't draw like our many value cards like this guy. This guy's very hard for them to beat because it's replacing itself. And if they're pathing us a bunch, we can use all that mana, and generally they're like snap pathing, because they have to deal with our Thalia, they have to deal with our Stoneforge Mystic, they have to deal with our Batterskull Germ, they have to deal with our Giver. So like we have so many like must-answer threats that blue-white has a really hard time keeping up. Obviously can't keep this no-lander, but we're definitely going to keep this 3-lander, and we're going to bottom Field of Ruin. They definitely bring in some amount of artifact removal post-board. So Stoneforge might not go the distance, but Giver into Stoneforge hand I'm never not going to keep. And we drew Thalia because we're good at this game. I did play Taxes in Vegas. I played Turbo Taxes in Vegas, otherwise known as Thalia Stompy. It's a version of the deck that runs 4 Simian Spirit Guides and Chalice of the Void. At the time of that tournament, Chalice of the Void was at an all-time high of how good it was. So my tournament went very well, and I played a lot of turn 1 Thalias, turn 1 Arbiters, turn 1 Chalice of the Voids, and was able to just get people. But taking 4 here, they have a much better hand this game, but they're down to 2 cards. I don't think Thalia Stompy is really where you want to be right now. I think the format's a lot grindier. I think people are trying to just grind through people a lot more. So I don't want to play that deck right now, particularly in like high stakes tournaments. This is my deck of choice at the moment. This is interesting. Flicker Wisp is something we kind of want to pitch. And I think grabbing Batterskull makes a lot of sense here. Dahlia is also good, but I want to cast Force this turn, I think, pitching Flicker Wisp. And they might like try to Burst Lightning our Stoneforge Mystic before we untap, and then we'll just get them so good. The noise gate's extremely aggressive. Is it too much right now? I do have a fan on. Kind of new to Magic. Why the Raven Inspector? So we're playing 4 Ranger Captains, and it's nice to have a value draw, like a card that draws us a card, which can draw us another card in some matchups. And just having another 1-drop is kind of cool too. No block. Hey. Oh, there's a lot of digital noise. Damn. Well, I can fix that. Here, I turned off the noise gate. How is that now? They're just gonna draw a card with that. Okay. We're gonna go to 12. Interesting. I guess I don't have to force a virtue yet. Interesting. I'm gonna actually leave with Dahlia now. So there is a constant background noise now, though. I don't know. How does everybody else feel about the sound right now? I do appreciate the feedback, Chameleon. How you doing today, by the way? You like Ranger Captain? Yeah, he's really good. I think you should pick them up now before they shoot up in price. Sound is fine for you? Nice, nice. They're definitely gonna cast a spell. I think we want to kill this Soulscar Mage. And this could open them up to the biggest blowouts with Force of Virtue. I do really want to untap with Stoneforge, though. And could have just totally been wrong to not put the Batterskull into play. I'm just thinking that they probably have a Braid. And I wanted to play the Thalia first. They're going to Lava Dart targeting me. Okay. Sure. And then flashback a mountain and target Thalia. That still puts their... No, their dude's still gonna die. Target me again. Okay. Alright. That's cool that they sacked a mountain too, because our Thalia's not gonna die. Stoneforge is, but Thalia is not, which means they can't really do much next turn, and they're losing their Soulscar Mage. And we're only going to 7. And then we have a Ranger Captain, which can go get a Giver, I guess. No, Forge Tender, definitely. Land would be cool. White Source land would be sweet. Yeah. I am really into it. Oh man, Ranger Captain, you are so goddamn good. It's like my birthday. It's like my birthday. Saw the Reddit thread earlier? Yeah, that was pretty funny. Mentally stable adult. Glad to have more mentally stable adults in the chat. Welcome to the stream team. Kiln Fiend. That's a spicy meatball. Not many people on that one. Getting fiendy with it over there. Just gonna press the advantage here. I don't think we're gonna die, so I'm just gonna swing. They're gonna go to 6. So we can block, and then if they don't have Crash Through and something else, which would be hard because they only have 3 lands, I think we're super good here. Because we can block and sack Forge Tender to prevent the other creature's damage. So we're like fully insulated from both of these creatures. Forge Tender is pretty good. Forge Tender is decent. Yeah, Thalia does block Kiln Fiend really well. Also makes a Kiln Fiend deck pretty upset because I guess we could draw a card here. We don't really need to cast Batterskull. I'd rather attack with Mutavault and just kill them. Oh. That's a card. Oh. That works too. This one. Any, mini, miny, mo. GG's. I mean, it was pretty sweet to draw that 3rd white source there on that turn. But, yeah, you're on a no-outer here, op. Bloop. Alright, it's a little 2-0-4-0 so far. Let's get in another one. Kraus is all about the Kiln Fiends these days. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, I mean Kiln Fiend, it'll kill you. That card is very powerful. I'm not trying to diminish the power of the Kiln Fiend at all. I've seen Holy Diva do some holy goddamn kill you in one turn with like 3 cards in hand or something with a Kiln Fiend. Definitely seen some good stuff. Alright, we got a match. But yeah, Diva puts up a lot of results with Kiln Fiend. Other folks do as well. I think the card is very powerful. It's like, if you don't kill it, you're probably dead. In that situation, we were fine because we had a Forge Tender and we were way ahead at that point in the game, but had we not had so much advantage at that point, Kiln Fiend could have been really scary. I can't keep this one. We will keep this one. And we'll bottom that Sophie. Reason we're going to bottom the Sword, it is a pretty powerful card to go along with our Squadron Hawks, but oops, our Squadron Hawk got grayed out again. That happens a lot. Moto. Last time it came back to not grayed out when we untapped, but hopefully it'll do that again. Sleight of hand. Alright, so this hand's very bad against Storm and Ad Nauseam because we don't have a Thalia, so this could be a problem. We do have a Stone Forge. And we do have Path to Exile next turn. So we're going to Stone Forge for Batterskull, I think. Sword of Fire and Ice can actually kill their Goblin Electromancers, which is a big deal, but we can't cast it and equip for a while, at least 2 more turns. We're gonna Stoneforge though. Maybe we get Sword of Fire and Ice. No, we'll just get Batterskull. They do main deck empty the warrants now, I think. And gaining life with Batterskull does put us out of range of their Grape Shot sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, since we have a path also, it makes it a little easier. Also, they might be on Twiddlestorm though. But I suppose we could Ranger Captain in response to them, like untapping the land, which is pretty strong. We could just be dead next turn. We could very well just be dead. It's tempting to Ranger Captain to not just be dead. We don't actually know what they're doing though, so I'm gonna pass the turn, holding up Path and Batterskull. This is what I was planning on doing, but this might not work out. They float 2, play a Lotus Field. Yeah, I figured it might have been Twiddlestorm. Definitely regret not playing the Ranger Captain. Like, we could have sacked Ranger Captain in response to the Lotus Field trigger, and then they might not have been able to go off all at instant speed. Yeah, see, that's a sorcery, but we're probably dead now. Sure, Sumo, but like, if they were regular Storm, our play was better because Path to Exile stops us from being dead. So I think regular Storm is a slightly more popular deck, and we only saw 2 islands in Sleight of Hand, so I think it was correct to do what I did, because I don't think Twiddlestorm is as popular as regular Storm, but obviously it was wrong because they are on Twiddlestorm, but we only saw Sleight of Hand and 2 islands, so we took the line that made the most sense and got punished because our opponent's not playing the more common version of Storm. But our line of holding up Path would have been correct against that, like, blue-red Gift Storm. And they might just fizzle here. It's not just over. It's bad. We're probably dead, but... yeah, it's probably game. So we have a Damping Sphere in our sideboard, which is very good against this deck, obviously. We can mulligan for hands with Thalia, which is obviously insane against this deck. And then Rest in Peace is also decent. We got a couple of those. But yeah, this game is looking like it's pretty over. I mean, it's also possible that their grape shots are both at the bottom of their deck and they just can't do anything here. So we're going to let them try and go off. Once they show us a grape shot, we're dead, but they do have to find it, and they generally only play 2. They can definitely fizzle. I do like this deck. I think it's pretty cool. I think a deck that doesn't have to play creatures and also can storm you for a billion on turn 3 is pretty sweet. Like, I definitely think it's a pretty cool deck that has some serious game to it. I don't think it's a bad deck. Anytime you can forego creatures in the modern format and kill your opponent on turn 3, like, you're in a good spot. That being said, you have to find Lotus Field to go off, and if you don't, the deck doesn't do a whole lot, so you have to mulligan pretty aggressively, and you could fizzle even when you do have your Lotus Field. So it's not foolproof, but it's pretty solid. Unless you're Matt Nass, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it seems like, obviously Matt Nass is going to pilot it really, really well and better than most people, but I don't think it seems that difficult to understand. You're just using psychic puppetry a lot and just making mana with it. And like, they've used it 10 times this turn already. So if this Peer Through Depths doesn't find Grape Shot, we get to still keep going. That Peer Through Depths found another Peer Through Depths. So they're getting pretty close to seeing their whole deck. At this point, it might be deterministic, but I'm not sure. They found a Grape Shot, alright. We are, in fact, dead. So we definitely want these 5 cards. We potentially want Disenchant for Aria Flame, but I think we're just going to leave Flicker Wisp for that. And I think sometimes they bring in... Twiddle Storm. Thing in the Ice as well, yeah. They play 1 Grape Shot. Wow. Alright. I guess they can Merchant Scroll for it as well, though. So they kind of play 2. Ral. Ooh. Let's look at one other list real quick. This one also plays 1 Grape Shot. 4 Kiki Jiki. 4 Deceiver Exarch. Oh, I've heard about this one. I have to assume they're not doing this. I feel like this is a little more... I don't know. I guess a lot of people are doing the Kiki Jiki Deceiver Exarch backup plan. So maybe we leave the paths in. Since they're probably going to have either Thing in the Eyes or Kiki Jiki. The Raven Inspector seems kind of bad. Walking Ballista, not necessary, I don't think. Batterskull. I didn't see any Empty the Warrens. Yeah, no Empty the Warrens. Light and Shadow doesn't seem that good, and then like we can cut a couple Stone Forges, and then maybe play a Disenchant for Arya. I'm into that. I like it. Yeah, no, it's not for the Forge Tender is not for Grape Shot. It is for Anger of the Gods, and it is for Lightning Bolt. Yeah. We have a Thalia. We're gonna keep. We also have a Damping Sphere, so yeah, we're very much keeping this hand. The Stoneforge isn't probably gonna do anything because we already have the 1 piece of equipment that is in our deck in our hand. So that's awkward, but having Thalia and Damping Sphere means we're pretty good here. Conflagrate, Lightning Blast, true. I don't think they're playing either of those cards in their Twiddlestorm deck. But Lightning Bolt and Anger of the Gods are definitely possibilities. They could be playing Pyroclasm, that's true. Oops. So Damping Sphere is cool against Twiddlestorm because not only does it slow down them casting a bunch of spells, it also makes it so their Lotus Field taps for 1 colorless. We have like a pretty hard soft lock going right now. They need a lot of Echoing Truth to get out of this. Merchant Scroll. Oh, Merchant Scroll only hits blue card. Yeah, you're right. Whoever said that. True Faith. It only hits a blue card. So I guess they're just really only playing 1 Grape Shot in their deck. That's a little bit risky to me. But I guess once they start going off real hard, they can just... They went and got Reach Through the Mists with Merchant Scroll. They put that on top of their deck. Oh no, they put it in their hand. That's... It's... I'm thinking of the wrong one. So here we want to... Probably Stoneforge and Squat. I mean, attack with Mutavault and play Stoneforge. Because then we get to equip the sword next turn. And it's a faster clock than the Squad Hawk by quite a bit. We're not gonna search. Canonist is also good in this matchup for sure. I think it's a little bit fragile for my taste. I like Damping Sphere a little better. But they're both artifacts, just one happens to be a creature and an artifact, which makes it a little bit easier to kill. But it does attack for 2. And obviously if I had Aethersworn Canonist in my 75, it would be in this matchup. But I like how Damping Sphere is also good against Tron as well. I like my sideboard cards to be a little bit more versatile. Interesting. Do. Yeah, exactly. Cycle the Sandbar. And I remember Lonely Sandbar at an Onslaught. That was when I first got like really into Magic, was actually Onslaught. I mean, I played since I was a little kid, but I just played with my friends at the kitchen table. When I actually started like getting serious about it, playing more competitively, was the Onslaught days. Opponent is currently dead on board. What would you like to do? They could have Echoing Truth for the sword, but then there's still a Damping Sphere and a Thalia in play, so it's gonna be pretty hard for them to not lose here. Trying the second Ether Vial, obviously not great. We left in the paths because we weren't sure what they boarded into. Here comes Lethal. We still don't know what their boarding plan was. We don't know if the paths were good, so our opponent not giving us any information here is pretty good for them. Sure. That means you still have a Thalia and a Damping Sphere to deal with. I think we're just gonna pass. Probably cast Force of Virtue off the path or the Squad Hawk. That gives us 2 lethal threats and an almost lethal threat. You got it. You can peer through all your depths. I assume they're gonna scoop without rapid hybridization. They're still dead. Rapid hybridization. What? Alright, you are still dead though. We just attack with Mutavault and Stoneforge. I guess if they have 2, no, they can only, yeah, they're just dead. We're not gonna play the Force of Virtue. We're not gonna show it to him. We're just gonna activate the Mutavault and get in there with the team. Yeah. Rapid hybridization. So, what? Doesn't look like anybody's playing that. But a lot of people are playing the. They're either on Thing in the Eyes and Aria, or they're on the Deceiver Exarch. Wipe away, empty the Warrens. All right. Heist Darjeeling. What's our opponent's name? Pier 8 Ninja. Pirate Ninja? Yeah, that's probably what that means, huh? Pirate? No, they're not on here. So they've never 5-0'd with it, or at least not not last week. What's up? I let the dogs out. Ice Darjeeling is the best. Cool. I haven't checked out his stream. I'll definitely check it out sometime. Thanks for the hot tip. It's probably something more like this deck, which means there's no creatures, which means the paths are bad, and there's double grape shot in this list. I kind of think they're on this build. Which makes me want to board in Batterskull again. What else? Precognition Field? So they're going to bring Lightning Bolts. I don't know if we want the Disenchant. I'm going to assume that we'll just leave it. But I think we're going to take out a path for the Batterskull. Maybe that's how we want to hedge. This stops Merchant Scroll, which is okay. I think we want a third Mystic. Let's try that. We'll hedge with 2 paths and a Disenchant. We have like 2 ways to deal with Thing in the Ice. Seems okay. We have a Thalia here, so we're gonna keep it. Yeah, Mind Sensor stops the Merchant Scroll. What's a 1 of? I don't know if it's worth it. Can't mulligan a Thalia hand. And we also have Flicker Wisp for the Aria. Not that they can't just still go off and kill us, even if we blink the Aria, but it usually gives us a turn or 2. What's up, Wild Feather? Yeah, we do know who let the dogs out now. It was I let the dogs out. They did it. The age-old mystery. Double T money. We'll take it. Stop casting your 1-mana spells for 1 mana. That's not how we want you to do this. Stop it right now. There you go. Now play some spells. Now we're cool with you casting some spells. Those sleight of hands can cost 2 all day, and I'm happy with it. T-Dog for days. Who let the T-Dogs out? So here we're just going to play a second Thalia, because then they're pretty much locked out of the game. Just kidding. Thalia is a legendary creature. I think we want the most damage here, so I think it's Flicker Wisp. Just presents a 3-power threat. Even though Flicker Wisp is good against Arya, they're very far away from casting Arya at this point because they missed their land drop last turn. Maybe they did it on purpose because they have Lotus Field and they just wanted to like dig a little deeper. Alright, we drew a path. Let's start it off with the attacks here. So they're at 13. We want to be able to kill them in 2 turns, which we can. think we probably should have played the... yeah, but this way we can just play 2 Squad Hawks, I think is the play. Could have attacked with Mutavault, but it didn't change the clock. We couldn't do 11 on the following turn, so... Yeah, I want to Squawk Ancestral Recall fully. Even though we're not holding up Path here, so I guess we could be dead to Deceiver Exarch into... Alright, that's not Deceiver Exarch, we're good. Maybe we were supposed to hold up Path because we don't know if they were on the Deceiver Exarch plan. And we could have lost to that. As soon as I cast the second Squad Hawk, I was like, oof, maybe the path was correct. But we'll see. Strategist, yeah, that's something somebody else mentioned. The main reason Mutavault's better for me is that it attacks for 2. Sure, like Blinkmoth can carry a sword if you have 4 mana, and that's the only thing you have to do. But like earlier today, we actually had an instance where Mutavault was the only creature we had. We activated it, we equipped a Sword of Fire and Ice, and we dealt 6, which put them to 1, which meant they couldn't even crack a fetch. Whereas if that was Blinkmoth, they could have played their fetch land and maybe cycled their deck. Excuse me, maybe dug a little deeper in their deck, and it would have been, oops. It would have been slightly worse for us. So it does also come up that Mutavault just beats down for 2. With a Force of Virtue in play, Mutavault beats down for 3. It's a big deal. I do like Blinkmoth Nexus as well, but if I was going to play one, I would just play 1. And maybe trim like a Field of Ruin even. But Field of Ruin's kind of necessary. So it'd probably be one of the Mutavaults for Blinkmoth, but the extra damage from Mutavault is super relevant. I don't think it's apples and oranges. I do think the amount of damage is really important. Because a lot of decks don't play creatures. Warrior of Might, welcome to the stream team though. La Machina, welcome to the stream team as well. Alright, they're going to try go for it here. Can you do it? It's possible. It's hard with Thalia in play, but it's possible. I definitely don't think it's apples to oranges. I think they're both creature lands that attack, and one attacks for more, one attacks more evasively. So it definitely depends on what you're focusing on. We have Squadron Hawk and Flicker Wisp in our deck that fly. So we don't like have a shortage of flyers. So usually the extra damage from Mutavault is really important. They're just gonna kill Thalia and Flicker Wisp. That's strong, but we do have another Thalia. Oh, I guess they're gonna kill all of them. Never mind. They're gonna wipe our board. That means they need, unless they have another Grape Shot, they need a Pass in Flames to go off again. Or an Empty the Warrens. Alright, they wiped most of our board. But they don't know about second Thalia. Yeah, attacking with Mutavault's probably worse than just playing Squad Hawk. And we're gonna get in for, whoops, I didn't mean to search. I guess we'll just get that free shuffle in. Value shuffle. Yeah, no, I mean, there definitely are going to be situations where Blinkmoth is better, but a lot of the time we have flyers anyway, and the 2 damage versus the 1 has been super solid with Mutavault. I've been playing with it for a while these last couple weeks, and it's been actually one of the more impressive cards in the list. Just because it's a 3/3 with Force of Virtue, it's just like slam you over 3. So they're gonna have to discard 3 at the end of this turn. So they really want to like get going here. They have a puppetry. Hey, Pro 237, welcome to the stream team. They're just gonna pass the turn, it looks like. That's awesome. Discard 3. What do you want to discard? They discarded a Hercules Recall, a Psychic Puppetry, and a Reach Through Mists. So we know about a Psychic Puppetry in their hand. They probably have a second one. I don't see how they could possibly let go of that card. So I wish we could Field of Ruin, Lotus Field, but it has Hexproof, unfortunately. We're going to fire up the Vault this turn. Get in there for 6. We have lethal next turn. We don't have to play this other Squad Hawk. I kind of want to just get like a shuffle value out of the Field of Ruin, but giving them fewer lands in their deck is probably bad also for us, since they need like very specific cards. I think I'm just going to hold up Path and Disenchant here and just pass. They're very unlikely to have any creatures in their deck, but we saw the sideboard plans. Almost everybody had creatures in their sideboard. I don't know if they're just not on that for this, but for this matchup, probably gonna kill Thalia if they can, or bounce Thalia. Tap Mutavault. Oh yeah, that's a way they can not be dead. Alright. How did they get 2 things though? Oh, because they spliced it. They spliced another one. Alright, I get it then. Ooh, that's close. Well, if we played the other Squad Hawk, we would have had lethal. That's close. So had we played the other Squad Hawk last turn, we would have had lethal here. I wasn't thinking about them twiddling our 2/2-power creatures and then having Force of Virtue. Didn't put that into my plan. Was trying to play really safe by holding up Disenchant and Path. And we could put them to 2 here, but I'd rather not them know about this. And just play the Squad Hawk. Oops. Free shuffle again, I guess. Path or Disenchant, yeah. We don't know what they're going to try and do. And they're just going to scoop. I mean, Thalia, just doing Thalia things. If you can't kill the Thalias, you can't win with the Storm deck. It's just kind of the way of things. That's the card they don't want to play against the most. They do have plenty of removal for her post board, but we drew 2, so it was pretty good for us there. Yeah, we got in game 1 because we played the line of playing against if they were Gift Storm. I can speak, I swear. But they were actually Twiddle Storm, and we got. But we're 3-0. We are 7-1 on the day. I guess I didn't update this. We're going over the trophies. Do need a Thalia emote. You're right. I need to get a Thalia emote, an Arbiter emote. I need a goddamn emote. Like I think I want to do like GAHD with like a halo, and then a dam with like some fire, like some hellfire looking thing. So then we can do champ afterwards. So it'd be like, god damn, K-Punch champ. So it'd be like that, but with like 3 emotes. I think we're gonna get that. I got to commission Becky for that, actually, who was here just a couple days ago, streaming with me, doing some Tron action. If y'all want to check out some pretty fun team streaming, Becky was teaching me how to play Tron, and she's like really, really good with Tron, so I learned a lot. And we didn't end up doing that well. That was mostly my fault. I like could have played a Karn and cracked a Sanctum and got a Worm Coil in one game that would have maybe won us the game, but I just thought we were dead because Karn didn't save us. But I forgot about Sanctum of Ugin, and then I don't know, we just got kind of unlucky. But turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Stoneforge is pretty good in general, and we also have a couple pieces of removal, so we're gonna try it. I mean, you know, it was fun because I got to learn a different deck that I don't normally play, and she's like one of the better players of Tron around. She went undefeated through the MCQ Swiss that I was at on Sunday, and lost in the semifinals. But she almost took down the whole thing with like a pretty sweet Tron build. Just green Tron, but ooh. So we're playing against Urza here. Having the path is really nice, and having a clock with Stoneforge is going to be solid. What's up, Francisco? Yeah, Urza's not bad, I don't think, especially if they're doing this type of thing on turn 2. I think it's close. Post board we get pretty good, but game 1's definitely kind of close. Like, it depends on how many Urzas they generally draw. So we want Fire and Ice because it gets through their Thopters, and we already drew the Batterskull, so. So if they have like multiple Urzas, it's usually really hard for us. But if it's just one Urza, we can usually beat it, and then yeah, like them not doing anything on that turn, pretty solid for us as well. So the downside of ticking up Vial here is if we draw a Ranger Captain, we can't get like Giver and Vial and Giver, but we do have more 2s than 1s. So we're gonna take it up. Alright, alright. Just gonna pass the turn here. Could have vialed in Ballista. Yeah, that was an option. That was an option. Playing some black-green Karn. Cool. Word for 1. Getting Pithing Needle, probably. And now they're not going to get Pithing Needle, they'll just get like Astrolabe or whatever. Or Mox Opal. Probably not Mox Opal, they only have 1 artifact otherwise in play. Yeah, I think they were going to get Pithing Needle. It's pretty heads up play from our opponent there. Trying to fake us out. Here's an Urza. Who would have guessed? So with the trigger on the stack, we're going to path it. Because this way they get fewer like resources this turn. Sure. I mean, maybe, but if they name Stoneforge, it's pretty good for them there too. So they have 1 mana floating. They're going to turn it into a black mana and Fatal Push the Germ. No, Fatal Push the Mystic. Okay. Resolves. Why not the Germ there? That's interesting. What do they have in their hand? What does that say? I guess they just can't beat the Sophie connecting. So that's the idea there. It's interesting. Gonna leave it on 2. Field of Ruin. I think we're gonna field the Inventor's Fair. And then we could just play a Walkie Bee for 1. I don't love it though. I don't love it. Hey, Boda, welcome to the stream, team. Bridge in hand? They could have bridge in hand. Yeah, that's definitely something they could have. In which case, we definitely don't want to just throw the Ballista out there. Could have bridge. That could make sense, yeah. This looks like a Thopter Foundry. Alright. We get through all their Thopters. Oh, come on. Oh, please. You're just a really good Magic player over there, huh, opponent? That's asinine. Whatever. Not sure if they're boarding out or not, so we might want Aven Mind Sensor, we might not. Since we're bringing in Stony, I like to take out most of the artifacts. Even though Fire and Ice does get us through their Thopters, which is really nice, it doesn't actually get us through their Constructs, which are ground creatures, and we do have flyers, but I'm not sure if we want Sword of Fire and Ice. We might keep it, we might not. We're going to cut the Thraben Inspector because it makes an artifact that we have to activate. And we're bringing in Stony. So we're cutting all those, and then we're cutting some amount of Stoneforge and Walking Ballista. And usually what I've been doing is cutting a Sword of Fire and Ice as well. Because Batterskull is fine as a 4/4 on the ground, even if we have Stony in play. Sword of Fire and Ice is also just good if we don't have Stony, and they are going to kill our Stony generally. So this is kind of close. I haven't totally figured out what I like as the best plan. Like, we could trim a Force of Virtue, but having 2/2 Squad Hawks is actually really nice against their Thopters. And just clocking them real fast is also really nice. So I'm actually going to cut the Sword of Fire and Ice. I think because we have so many things to stop them from going off with their Thopters, we don't really need a way to get through them. I think that's my reasoning here. Salty F6. No, I mean, it's fine. They had it. Sometimes they have it. Woof. This hand's really good. If this Flicker Wisp was a land, get a mulligan. Alright, this hand's even better. And we're gonna drop the Batter Skull. Sophie feels so much better than Skull. Well, Skull is good when we have a Stony in play, is the reason that I cut the Sophie. But I'd love to hear why you think it's better. Well, this Stony's gonna be pretty good, I think. I'm just thinking that, you know, maybe Stony Silence is gonna ruin our opponent's day just a little bit. It's not good enough, but it is when they can't combo off. That's what I'm trying to say. Like if our Stony Silence is in play, our Sword of Fire and Ice doesn't do anything. And we have so many tools to stop them from comboing off. We have 2 Revokers, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Stony Silence, 2 Disenchants. Thalia slows them down. Ranger Captain slows them down a little bit. So like they're not going to be able to combo off. So we just need to like cross the finish line slowly with a 4/4 lifelink, which is like pretty good. Sure, it's not good enough if they're comboing off, but they're not, right? If I don't have Stony, sure, Sophie's better-ish. I mean, I can play Batterskull on turn 3. I can't play Sophie until, like, at least turn 4. So, I don't know. It's close still. Oops. Or is there a Foundry with your first Revoker? Depends on the board state. If I have answers to Urza in my hand, then I won't name Urza. But if I don't, then I'll probably name Urza first. It depends though. Like if they already have a Sword of the Meek in the yard. Thopter Foundry is generally what I'm gonna name, but it depends. So I assume they're going to kill the Stony Silence this turn. We don't have an out to Urza, which is a big issue here. We have 6 outs in our deck, but yeah, we don't have one right now. And if they have 2 Urzas in hand, we're probably just going to lose. Hey, big ahead. Welcome to the stream, team. Appreciate you. So I don't think we can be dead next turn, so I don't think we need to rest in peace. Because they'll need 4 lands for... They'd have to Abrupt Decay the Stony, play an Urza, somehow kill Thalia, I guess with the Pirate Spellbomb, play Urza, and then still have mana to cast the other 2 things. So I think we're okay to not play Rest in Peace here and just attack with Mutavault. Or play a Squad Hawk and squad up. I think we're going to squad up. We can also get them off green, which might be really big. Yeah, they actually can't Abrupt Decay because they don't have black mana. Huh. So if we get them off green, they definitely can't interact with Stony. But they can go search up a black mana if we give that to them, so that doesn't seem good. Yeah, let's just get in there with Thalia. I mean, Francisco, I definitely think Sophie does more for us in the matchup in the during the times when we don't have Stony, but the fact that Batterskull gets out a turn earlier makes it sometimes better. And then, yeah, when we do have Stony, obviously it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not going to field them because they play basic swamp. I mean, snow-covered swamp. Yeah, we could draw like a Force of Virtue or something next turn. They can chump forever. Maybe. I mean, it's going to be very hard for them to have the combo through all of our hate pieces that we bring in. Like, they're very unlikely to have Thopters, is what I'm saying. Unless they have a Psy. Psy could do it. I agree the lifelink is not super relevant, but the body is good. So they're probably going to whir here again, maybe? They're at 15. 13, 9. That's 6, 7, 8. So if they crack a fetch, they're dead. Huh. Can we lose? They need 3 blue for that, so they can't whir right now. I think we'll just make it so if they crack a fetch, they're dead. Yeah. They might even have an Assassin's Trophy in hand and they just can't cast it to kill the Stony, which is pretty hot. I hope their hand is like 2 Assassin's Trophies. We don't have lethal though. We do have a second Stony Silence, which is pretty solid as well. I guess since we don't have lethal, we shouldn't attack with Giver. Oh, they're just gonna scoop. Alright. Don't have to show them all the other hate pieces we had in our hand. So yeah. I think Batterskull is slightly better because that is kind of the board state that we're going to create. We do have outs to their constructs and outs to Urza himself. And then the Thopters just aren't going to be online most of the time. Sometimes they will, but we have 2 Revoker, 2 Stony, 2 Rest in Peace. Like, we're generally going to have at least one of those hate pieces in our opener and draw into more as the game goes on. Also have 2 Disenchants. Like, it's going to be very hard for them to have the combo. And that's my reasoning for Batterskull, because they're not going to have Thopters. Sure, like sometimes they're going to have the Thopters, and then we'd prefer having Sword of Fire and Ice, but I think the amount of times they're actually going to have Thopters in post-boarded games is pretty low, at least in the early game. because we're going to have a lot of hate pieces. So they're going to have to draw a lot of anti-hate pieces. Alright. Gotta keep it. It's got Thalia and Disenchant and Squad Up. It's not great, but we can interact, and it has a Thalia, which is pretty powerful. No Stony, though, which is definitely a lot worse than our last hand. They might have had 5 Fatal Pushes, that's true. Maybe 2 Fatal Pushes and an Abrupt Decay or something. That's a bad draw. We definitely didn't want that 5th land there. It's a really bad draw. We want to stop drawing lands now. Alright, so opponent has black mana this time. They just went and searched it, or maybe they played that turn 1, but either way. They have black mana this time. Let's get Thalia in play. It's very good for them, or I mean very good for us, for Thalia to be in play for this turn. Next turn, them having Urza is going to be an issue if we don't find an answer to it. But we do have an answer to Ensnaring Bridge and potentially Thopter Foundry itself. They're just going to pass the turn. We're going to attack with Thalia. So this doesn't thin our deck as much towards getting Stony Silence next turn or Rest in Peace, which is pretty important. Alright, they're going to kill Thalia. Fine. We could be dead. Their hand would have to be really, really good for us to be dead, but it's possible. And we do have Path Mana up. But it's not like it means anything for them to just go for it anyway. It doesn't change anything. Goblin Engineer, alright. That's fine. That's not an Urza. Alright. They have the combo. We have a Disenchant. Plus a Batterskull next turn. Although the Disenchant's not going to help because the Goblin Engineer's in play. That sucks. Alright, we have a path for the Engineer. And a Disenchant. Now we can actually do this. But we can't cast anything this turn. I mean, we can't put the Batterskull into play this turn. And this is our path for Urza, but I think they would have cast Urza last turn if they had it. Maybe not. And we're going to get in there for 1. And just fingers crossed they don't have Urza here. Had to path the Engineer because Disenchant does not play well against Engineer. Unfortunately. Fatal Push, sure. Looks like we might be hard casting Batterskull. Never mind. We are not doing that. We are squatting up. So we have him dead in 2 turns. This is a whir. Yeah, it's definitely a whir. Whir for 2. Thopter Foundry. Shit. Alright. Shit. Well, we weren't able to stop the combo. And Francisco, looks like you were right. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Whatever. Whatever. Blah. I mean, we might have just got next leveled and they had the Urza the whole time, but I feel like they top decked it. But maybe they were just like, I'm gonna whir for 2 on their end step and then play the Urza. It's possible. Interesting that Urza players are not boarding out whir against me. Maybe that means I should be trying out the Aven Mind Sensors. That's not a keep. That one is. We don't really need 2 givers. We can find the second one with Ranger Captain. And we're unlikely to have time to cast the second one with this hand until like turn 4. Anyway. Second giver is really good in some matchups for sure. And it's either burn or prowess. I'm gonna lead with giver either way. Ooh. Yeah, still gonna just lead with giver here. The paths are gonna be nice at some point though. We might double path next turn rather than, it looks like prowess because no fetchies and no white source. Very unlikely that burn draws 2 mountains. It's possible, but they only play 3. So 2 mountains in their opener is just really unlikely. Gonna bolt my giver. No, I'm just gonna deal 1. Really? 2 more creatures? 2 Soulscar mages? Light of the Stage, oh yeah. That's also a card. Definitely prowess. Soulscar mage, lava dart. They're gonna go for the dart? Interesting. They're gonna sack a mountain? Whoa. Bold moves. Bold moves. They must have more lands in hand. Interesting. Interesting draw there. Don't really want to double path them. Dahlia is obviously really good. Stoneforge getting Batterskull, also really good. And then if they kill Stoneforge, we can just double path, which I don't hate. I think actually that's going to be my line here. They're likely to have more Lava Dart type effects to deal with Dahlia. And I think maybe we're just going to double path. Gonna get Batterskull. This way they kind of have to kill Stoneforge. Burst Lightning, yep. They don't have another land? You sacked a land to kill my giver and you don't have another land? What? What? Opponent, I don't understand. We might never understand. That was crazy talk. What? You didn't have the third... Well, you drew it now. Alright. Seems good. There's no world in which I sack that mountain to kill a giver if I don't have another land in my hand. There's just literally no world. But our opponent is just living in that world in which you do that. Interesting. Suppose we path now, like getting this thing off the board is their only damage source. And now that we don't have Thalia, keeping them off mana isn't as good. Solid draw, solid draw. So they could still have Bedlam Reveler, which is a problem. But they're still pretty far from casting it. Not anymore, they're not. Now they just need a land. And they can cast it. Kiln Fiend, alright. That's not Bedlam Reveler. So that's not so bad. We also have a path. Gonna Lava Dart. Uh-huh. Alright, they hit a Bedlam Reveler and a Lightning Bolt. Wow. They only have 2 lands in play. And they only have 4 things in their graveyard, so on their upkeep we can sack Ranger Captain, which doesn't really work. I guess if they have land in hand, which they don't, they miss their land drop this turn. Huh, this is interesting. Also interesting that we drew the mana for Batterskull. Definitely attacking with Ranger Cap. Playing Batterskull. And we have Giver plus Batterskull here, which is quite good. And we're not going to sack Ranger Captain on their upkeep, I don't think. Because they can still Lightning Bolt in response. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Just let them Lightning Bolt if they want. They can't really cast Bedlam Reveler. Oh, maybe they can. Gives them 2 plus 5 things in the yard. So if they find a land with that, they can Bedlam Revel. Which would be annoying, to be fair. So with Manamorphose on the stack, I think I'm just going to give this Germ Pro Red right now. That way they can't like respond with double bolt or something. Bananamorphose. So if they found a land they can Revel, Crash Through does give their dude Trample. And then they can Bolt us. Oh, they found the land for the Bedlam Reveler. Jeez. Gross. Are we just gonna die? We might just die. Yeah, bolt. So we gain 4. They deal 9. No, I guess we're not just dead to the bolt, but if they have another 1 mana spell, we're dead. Woof. Trample is pretty good, huh? I wish this germ had first strike now. At the moment, we're not dead, and at the moment, it makes more sense for them to just cast Bedlam Reveler. Which, that's fine, because we're going to gain 4 more life next turn. What is this? Monastery Swift Spear. Shit! They got us. God damn it. Xaxes. God damn Xaxes. Fuck. Wait, we weren't dead? Wait, were we not dead there? 9, 10, 11. Hold on, I think that was a punt. I think I should have blocked the Killing Fiend. I'm not streaming though, so apparently it's not a punt. I think I tilted a little bit and then just scooped, but I think if we blocked Killing Fiend, we were at 9. We take 9, 10, 11, but we gain 4? So we were at 2? And we just win that game? Really? I think I just punted really hard. Why did I think that had to be lethal? No, yeah, it wasn't lethal. Oh, that was really dumb. Sorry, friends. We just had to block the Killing Fiend. I thought like one more 1 mana spell was gonna kill me no matter what it was, but I put it in my head that any 1 mana spell would be a spell and not a creature or like an instant or sorcery that was gonna pump the Killing Fiend. And so as soon as they played the 1 mana spell, I was like, oh, they got me with Xaxes, but they didn't. That was a huge punt. Boom. Yeah, that was really bad. Whoops. Big punt, big punt. Although, today we've been doing alright with punts. That's like the first really bad one. So that's good. Whoops. Damping Sphere actually seems okay against them, honestly. Anthen Ice and Forge Tender, very good. And we're going to trim on... I guess the Ether Vials is what I was doing before. Oh yeah, we want Rest in Peace also. Maybe not too many, but like 1's probably fine. Maybe even 2. Walking Ballista is okay, but not great. And then Spraven Inspector is not that great. Yeah, let's try that. It might be better to have just 2 rips rather than a Damping Sphere and a rip because they can't interact with rip or they can interact with Damping Sphere. But alright, so we got the squad up hand, and then we got Ranger Captain to search up a Forge Tender. So I don't hate it. I think I'm gonna try it. But yeah, that was such a punt. They didn't kill us there. I just had to block with the Batterskull. Yeah. Whoops. If we blocked Swift Spear, we were dead. But we just blocked Killing Fiend and we weren't dead. Opponent kept 7. That's scary. Thalia, huh? Well, Thalia is definitely better, so I guess we'll lead with that. Although now we can't play Force of Virtue. But I wasn't gonna pitch Ranger Captain or Squad Hawk to Force of Virtue anyway, so it's okay, I guess. Math to Schmegzile. I think we're just gonna play Squad Hawk here. Squad all the way up and hold up this path. Canyon's not great, yeah, but it's a land. Kiln Fiend. I think having Trample is going to be a problem if they have Crash Through. I kind of want to just take this too and path the Kiln Fiend. Because Monastery Swiftspear is way less scary than Kiln Fiend. So I think we are going to take this too. Full, like a total of 3 because we're going to 14 here. To use the path. And then 13 on our turn most likely. Gonna go ahead and path the Fiendy boy. And we're gonna go ahead and cast Force of Virtue. No response, that's good. Lava Dart is a lot worse now. Path the Schmegzile again, huh? I still think it's Ranger Captain here. Because we really want Forge Tender on the board at some point. Unfortunately, it lets them know what we're doing. So we could be a little more secretive and just play Squad Hawk. And then path the Swiftspear. I don't hate it, but yeah, alright. I don't really want them to know that we're going to get a Forge Tender. Could even block and path our own Squad Hawk, making sure we have Forge Tender next turn. That's a real thing too. Crash Through, sure. They're going for it. Or, I mean, they just want to cycle and get some stuff going. Kill my birdie. Alright. Birdie down. They are also filling up their graveyard for Bedlam Reveler, which is scary. A Braid. On my other birdie? Sure. I love when my opponent trades 1-for-1 with a quarter of my card. That feels awesome. Land, please. Alright, that counts as a land. That does count as a land. Can't hide the Forge Tender any longer. Bedlam Reveler, shit. They lost a Smash, that's good. They drew 3 cards, and that's bad. Manamorphose, Swift Spear. Yeah. We get rid of the redraw land. Gonna cast On Thin Ice and Burrington Forge Tender. And we're gonna attack for 4. And we're in pretty good shape here. They could have more Revelers, that would be annoying. But we should have the tools here to take this one down. Another light up the stage is also annoying. Lava Dart doesn't matter much. Interesting. So they have Lava Dart, the 2 unknown cards in their hand. I think we just attack with Cap. Dart targeting Captain. Alright. Oh, they're targeting Captain again? This is interesting. So we can slam Force of Virtue, kill their Soulscar Mage here. If we prevent the damage from this Lava Dart with Forge Tender, but Forge Tender is just so powerful right here that I don't think that's worth it. I think we just have to let Captain go down. That's close though, that's really close. Yeah. Gonna let Captain go down. This is certainly not ideal. Crash through, yeah. Sunbake, crack it, yeah. This is scary. Shit. Saheeli and... Wait. What was their other card? Saheeli, yeah. Okay. Cool. This is fine. This is fine. We get to eat Soulscar Mage. They can cast the Healy next turn though, and that's a problem. It's really awkward that we never drew our 5th land, and now we're never going to be able to cast this Sword of Fire and Ice. Man. Guess we can attack with Mutavault, play Thalia. This is an interesting game for sure. But Saheeli's going to be an issue. Woof. Shrine of Burning Rage. Yep. That gets around Burned and Forge Tender too. That's gonna be a problem. And they have red servo blockers now. That's pretty huge. Alright, this is gonna be hard. That punt might have killed us. So they can make the servo a copy of Kiln Fiend. But that's just going to be really bad for us anyway. Shouldn't have played my land first either. They're just going to go to 1. Alright. Cool. Whew, this is a sweat. Oh, they can make Shrine of Burning Rage a Kiln Fiend as well. They could deal a lot of damage this turn. Or just have a lot of Kiln Fiends. So if we can just get rid of that servo, they're dead. As of right now. Just need to get that servo off the board. So we're just going to dig for some way to get the servo off the board. That's not a way, but that's not a way either. Shit. And they can actually just hard cast Bedlam Reveler at this point, so Rest in Peace doesn't really do much at all. I don't think Rest in Peace is worth casting. Attacking with Mutavault seems fine. They have to block both creatures. Hey. Equip Burrington? That doesn't make any sense. We can't sword also because we have Only 5 mana. Thalia makes sword cost 4. Also, Burnt Force Tender already has protection from red. This servo happens to be colorless, so that we just get chumped. It doesn't win us the game. But, how's it going, ZD Waffle, by the way? Next turn, Burrington dies. Maybe. That might be what they do with that Shrine of Burning Rage, and I think I'm fine with that if that is their play. Should have probably played the Rest in Peace just cuz, but... doesn't actually do things at this point. They just drew a land. Alright. So... ooh, that's a good draw. Yep. Chump chump. We'll just get a sort of light and shadow, I guess. But they should just be dead here. Yeah. Got him. Yeah, Force did some work there. We should have won that match already now, but we messed that up in game 1, where we would have won with our Batter Skull. So we actually left Flicker Wisp in, which this is a bad matchup for Flicker Wisp. But we left it in, and it is good against Shrine of Burning Rage, but I'd rather have a Disenchant for that, I think. And maybe a Walking Ballista in my deck that can kill the servos, so we can get in there with a sword. Yeah, I think something like this. Maybe a second Rest in Peace over a Damping Sphere also. Yeah, I don't think I love Damping Sphere. It's fine, but it's like, it's probably not the right thing. I gotta use the bathroom also. I'll be right back. Alright, let's do it. Game 3. Is this round 5? I think we're 3-1. It's round 5, yeah. So let's get another 4-1. I like our odds here. I like what we can do. I like turn 1 Giver, turn 2 Squad Hawk, Force of Virtue. That seems pretty good. Could also pitch the second Giver to a Force right now. Definitely keeping this though. I might pitch the Giver to a Force on turn 0. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Doing it. This shuts off their burst lightnings from like really doing much. And that's a big deal. It also turns off all their lava darts from being at all worth things like right away. They can't like lava dart sack a mountain and kill our giver right now. They could lightning bolt our giver, but that was always gonna work. Kiln Fiend. Looks like we're gonna squat up. Yeah, I just want to squat up, I think. A sea of 2/2 flyers seems pretty good against Kiln Fiend. Although I guess we could just take lethal here. If we had a removal spell, I'd probably have used the removal spell. Because we could just be dead. They could Manamorphose, bolt, do some other stuff, kill us. Just unlikely on 4 cards and 2 mana. Snap blocking Kiln Fiend. They're hesitant about this attack with Swift Spear. Because maybe we have another Force of Virtue. Or maybe they just don't have a 1 mana spell and they're just trying to get in for 1. Woo baby, Squad Hawk holds it up. They didn't have a 3rd land either, which is pretty exciting. Do we have a 3rd land though? That's the question. We do. We do. Let's get that Batter Skull. And we're not attacking. Opponent didn't attack, which means either they were scared of a second Force of Virtue or they just didn't have a 1 mana spell. Alright. Trample's annoying. They could kill us this turn with that trample spell. It's unlikely. But they're going to deal a decent chunk here. Alright, so they're probably bolting us. That's 2 plus 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh. They're gonna kill the Hawk. Oh shit, Lava Dart is so good here. Oh shit. How much damage is that? Fuck. We might just be dead. But they're down to 1 land. That's 14, we're going to 6. Shit. Sunbaked was not the land we were looking for. Definitely have to put Batterskull into play. They only have 1 land now, and they missed their land drop the last 2 turns, so they're unlikely to be able to abrade this, so we're likely to be able to block with it, so we're in pretty good shape. But do we play another Stoneforge, or do we play a Squad Hawk? Probably another Stoneforge. Because then next turn we can attack for 1 billion with the Batterskull and gain so much life. Maybe it was supposed to be Light and Shadow, actually, because of the gaining of all the life we're going to do next turn. If we get to attack with the Batterskull. And they're just going to scoop. They didn't draw the land. Hoo-wee. Couldn't beat the Batterskull with the Sword of Fire and Ice that we were going to put on it the following turn. And we should have won all 3 of those games. Punted game 1 by just scooping. Our opponent's only out was we just scooped there. And we scooped thinking that we were dead. Sweet, 2 4-1s in a row. We lost to Urza, and in the first league we lost to Death Shadow? Yeah. We lost to Death Shadow, but they had some pretty good draws. They TBR'd us at some very opportune times. I do like our Death Shadow matchup, Grixis Death Shadow. So we lost to Urza, which is a pretty close to 50-50 one. It might even favor them, if we're being honest. I don't really know, but I know we have game against them. It's not like more than 45-55 either way for sure, but it's close. And I think with like tight play, we can do all right. And our sideboard's pretty good against Urza. I do want to test against that matchup more. Anybody in the chat have a Urza deck built and want to just play a couple games? Because I want to specifically test against Urza. And it could be fun to play against a viewer. Anybody? I'll give you all a couple minutes. Or a second here. No K-Row. Anybody in the chat have Urza built and would like to jam against my deck? It would really help me out, and I think it would be entertaining for the viewers, for the chat, to play against somebody from the chat. You're finishing another match? Alright. Hell yeah, Francisco. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. So 10 minutes. I guess during these 10 minutes we will talk about the list. Maybe theorycraft a little bit about what we can do better. So our Urza opponent, the one we lost to, just happened to have the combo after we pathed Urza both times. Sometimes they have a second Urza and they kill you, and that's generally how I lose to Urza, is they have 2. I mean, they're playing 4. Sometimes they're going to draw 2. It makes sense. But, yeah, the second Urza is usually the one that kills me. And it's very hard for us to grind through 2 Urzas, even if we do have the removal for both, unless we have like Flicker Wisp for the constructs. So that becomes difficult. But the games where they don't draw 2 Urza, I think, are at least even, maybe slightly favor us post board. But yeah, the double Urza hands are very difficult. Yeah, no rush. I'm sure we can keep people entertained for the next 8 to 10 minutes while you finish your match. So, does anybody know when the... Actually, yeah, we'll talk about spoilers. Yeah, let's look at spoilers for the next 10 minutes while Francisco is finishing up his match, and then we're going to jump in a streamer battle. Francisco versus K-Ponce. Urza versus Taxes, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. Francisco is one of the best Magic players I've ever had the pleasure of hanging out with, so really excited to test against him. Also, if y'all don't know his stream, then he must be living under a Twitch rock, figuratively. The dude crushes with Amulet Titan, has like a 1900 something rating right now because he just crushes so hard. which is ridiculous. That means he's just never losing with the deck. He's just crushing everybody. And Amulet Titan's a really good deck. If you're unfamiliar with the crazy lines that it can take and the new tech like Field of the Dead and the sweet new sideboard guides, he's always got new sideboard guides every week or every couple weeks or whatever, whenever the format shifts. And he's always got the latest new tech, the hottest new builds. And you should definitely check out his stream and his YouTube channel, because he's just like a really thoughtful Magic player that has really tight technical play and plays one of the better decks in the format, as good as anybody else. So yeah, really good follow. Would recommend. How's Reddit famous today? Is it still going? I do remember the post yesterday. Oh yeah, it's still people are still talking about it, looks like, but we're gonna look at the spoilers while we're waiting. Throne of Eldraine spoilers. Is this the latest one? I guess Mythic spoilers better. Alright, here's the Throne of Eldraine cards. So we're going to talk about them in terms of Death and Taxes, but also just in general, the cool ones. You're playing against blue-white. That might take a while. Zeridius, you should follow F Paula's in the chat here, Francisco. The dude is the Amulet Titan guru, and has like 1 billion rating right now, because he just crushes. And is just a good dude. You'll definitely not regret the follow or the sub on his YouTube or on his Twitch. So here we got a white mythic. We've got 6 mana, 4/5. This creatures have base power and toughness 3/3. When it comes out, it makes 2 3/3s. I mean 1/1s that are 3/3s while this is still in play. So it's 6 mana for a 4/5 flyer that brings with it 2 3/3s. Turns all their creatures into 3/3s. It seems fine in draft and in limited. Seems pretty bad for constructed. I don't think we're gonna want this. I mean, making 2 3/3s when you blink it is like pretty powerful, but I don't think it's gonna make it in standard even. Seems kind of bad. What else we got? We got Circle of Loyalty. SEG versus Live tested the Archon. How was it? At best, very good. Alright. How's it going, Poker Dweebs, by the way? What's your thought on Charming Prince? So, okay, let's look at Charming Prince right now, because that's the one that's most likely to be good in Death and Taxes strategies. Now, this I definitely think has legs. Literally has 2 legs. It's a human noble. So it's a bear. It's a typical, hate bear type of body. We've got 1 white for a 2/2. It's just like Thalia. Well, I mean Thalia's a 2/1, but has first strike. Whatever. Leonin Arbiter. It's a 1 white 2/2 body. We've got Scry 2 when it comes into play, or you gain 3 life, or exile another target creature and return it on the end step. So it does a little Flicker Wisp action that can't target any permanent, but it can target any one of your creatures. So it already plays really well with Flicker Wisp. If you're playing this in a deck with Flicker Wisp and Restoration Angel, you can really do some fun things, like you flicker your Restoration Angel with this. Maybe you have a Vial on 3 and you can Flicker Wisp something else. Your Restoration Angel comes back in, blinks this, blinks your Flicker Wisp. Flicker Wisp comes back on their end step, and on their end step you can take their Ensnaring Bridge for the entire turn. Or there's like different ways you can do that, but like It's pretty fun. You can do some cool like Restoration Angel, Flicker Wisp, Charming Prince, Flicker Wisp stuff where you can really like mess with what permanents they have on what turn. So really good with Flicker Wisp. I know it's doing a similar thing to Flicker Wisp, but it actually plays really well with that card. The fact that you can scry 2, pretty huge when you don't have any other reason to do the other things. So like turn 1 Thraben Inspector, turn 2 this guy. You'll probably blink Thraben Inspector, but maybe scry 2. Definitely scry 2 if you don't have anything to blink and it's not a matchup where you need the 3 life. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, I like the comparison here to Inquisitor as Exarch. I've actually played that in D&T when I was playing Eldrazi Displacer, and I just wanted another thing to blink for value, and Burn was pretty popular. So this Drain 2 is actually like pretty good. It wasn't great, it was a one of, but it was something I was trying out. This guy obviously way better than that. So much versatility. Definitely gonna be trying this as soon as the set comes out. Yeah, it works with Stoneforge Mystic, works with Ranger Captain, works with Thraben Inspector, works with Wall of Omens if you want to go that route. It works with Flicker Wisp really well, Restoration Angel. You know, it's just Blade Splicer. It's got a lot of good targets to blink. It's great on a Vial. It gains us 3 life against Burn. Like, you can't go too wrong with this card. I think it's going to be very good in Modern Taxes. So that one's definitely going to be solid. I don't know about Legacy. It's probably not good enough for Legacy, but depends on where the format shapes up. Probably not, though, because it can't exile like their creatures or anything, so it's not like Flicker Wisp. And then this is another one I wanted to talk about. Tested it in what? Yeah, it was Eldrazi and Taxes with Eldrazi Displacer. Right when Eldrazi came out, this was like 3 years ago or something like that, and it was right when they printed Displacer, and I was like, I'm jamming 4 temples and I'm playing Displacer, and Displacer was great, but I just wanted another thing to blink, and another 2-mana thing that had a good like blink ability was Inquisitor Exarch. It ended up probably being worse than Wall of Omens, but at the time other people were playing Thought-Knots here, so Wall of Omens wasn't that good. Oh, that's cool. It shows you both arts. So this card is another one that I'm looking at in my deck with the 4 Ranger Captains. This is a 1-mana creature that I can go get with Ranger Captain, and then for 3 mana, instant speed, destroy target creature with power 3 or greater. We already generally want to like hold up some mana to activate Stoneforge or to block with Mutavault sometimes. We sometimes hold up mana. Most of the time it's just for Stoneforge, but we're holding up mana, so it's not like, I mean, they know that we went and searched this up, but we might want to hold up mana anyway. And then instant speed, destroy target Death Shadow, Gurmag Angler, big human creature that got bigger. We're probably not boarding this in against humans, but definitely fine against Death Shadow, and like Tarmogoyf, and I mean, there probably are some other decks where it's good, but it's mostly Death Shadow is what I can think of right now. I don't know, any Eldrazi, this card would definitely come in. So yeah, like Thought-Knots here, Reality Smasher, pretty solid. And then once it's in play, which you can cast it once you put it into exile with the story. At least this is how I assume this works. This is how I read that it works. So you cast it for 3, chop down, destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Then it's in exile, but you can cast it for 1 mana from exile as a 1/2 that has tap 2, tap target creature, which is a pretty big deal. It's not as good as Displacer, because Displacer can blink creatures, but this just tapping creatures down is pretty solid on a 1/2 body that also killed a creature with power 4 or greater that I could search up with a Ranger Captain. So this is definitely on my short list for things to try out. I will definitely be trying this out in our current build. Probably in the sideboard, definitely not in the main deck, but who knows? I mean, the format might move towards main deck Giant Killer being alright. So the other thing that people want to probably talk about is Deafening Silence. This is the other card that people have been talking about for Death and Taxes. I do think it does it has an effect that we have not seen at this mana cost before, which is a big deal. It mimics things like Eidolon of Rhetoric and Rule of Law with a 1 mana enchantment. So pretty solid. Definitely really good against certain decks in the format. Storm being the biggest one. Now it's pretty narrow because it's only good against Storm. It's something they can repeal for 2 mana. It's also something that they can't really deal with any other way, but I actually think this will be not worth it in my list, at least. We have Forthalia, we have Damping Sphere, which I think Damping Sphere, even though it costs 1 more, is better because it's more versatile. Like, you can use this against Tron, and it's great. It's use this against Amulet Titan, and it's great. Whereas Deafening Silence only does 1 thing in 1 matchup, and it's fine against Prowess, I guess. Like, you'd probably bring it in against Prowess, but I don't even love it there. Like, they're gonna have a tough time interacting with it. I guess if Prowess was like 20% of the metagame or something, then I'd want Deafening Silence in my sideboard, because I do think it would be solid against them, but I don't think it's like game over by any means, and I also don't think it's like, I think it's too narrow to put into this list. But it is definitely a cool sideboard tool that we got for the future. If things pan out a different way in the metagame, this could be pretty solid. And I think it could be fine in Legacy, because in Legacy your opponent's going off on turn 1 a lot. So if you just throw this down, it's something that ensures that you're not going to lose on their turn 1 or their turn 2 or whatever it is, as long as they don't force a will it or whatever. So I think it could be better in Legacy because it's just cheaper. So you go like this into Thalia, and it's going to be really hard for them to beat you. But I don't think it's worth it in Modern right now, personally. Chop down their Batterskull. That's true. Yeah, the Giant Killer can kill Batterskull. What else? Problem is it overlaps with Giver on the 1-drop spot, but better than Intrepid Hero. Yeah, definitely better than Intrepid Hero. I mean, we already have Thraben Inspector overlapping in the 1-drop slot, and with 4 Ranger Captains, it's nice to have extra things to go search up. Like a little toolbox is always nice, but alright, so I haven't seen all these cards. I guess we should check out some of the other ones. Worthy Knight, whenever you cast a Knight. I don't know how many Death and Taxes creatures are actually Knights. I haven't actually looked that up. She's a soldier. That's a bird. That's a soldier. That's a cleric. Soldier. Alright, so I don't think that card's going to go in our deck. But I guess there could be... No, probably not. If Thalia is not a knight, I don't think this card's ever going in a Taxes deck. But, oops. Glass Casket is kind of interesting. It's an artifact that is like a... like an O-ring type effect for creatures, like a Baffling End, but it's an artifact, which is kind of cool. You can use it as a word target in Urza. That might be useful for Urza. Definitely not in our deck. They're going to reprint Righteousness, which is cool. Target blocker gets +7/+7, but definitely not going to go in our deck. 1 mana, 1/1 lifelink, no thanks. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer. Fairy Guide Mother. I mean, giving our creatures flying is not terrible. And it's searchable with Ranger, but it's definitely worse than like Giant Killer or other things we might want to try. True Love's Kiss, no thanks. Hey, I guess that's all the white cards that seem sort of interesting. Ranger's a soldier, yeah. Maybe we can do something with soldiers. He is riding a giant cat, and he's got a bird on his shoulder. It's pretty dope. Ranger's pretty dope. Is that Aslan from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? or whatever, C.S. Lewis stuff. Magic Mirror. Is this busted? Huh. That's pretty powerful. I don't think it's modern playable. That's a lot of work for a Howling Mine. I don't think it'll see play in modern, but I've been wrong before. Rankle. That's interesting. Choose any number of these three things. And it's got flying and haste, so it's probably getting in. I could see this definitely being a player in standard. I don't know if 4 mana 3/3 flying haste is good enough in modern, but I could definitely see this being a player in standard. Robber of the Rich, what do you do? What do you call a soldier riding a horse? A friggin' knight. Yeah, that's maybe true. Maybe true. Insane fair. So this is 2/2 reach haste for 1 red. Weird combination of keywords there. When it attacks, defending player has more cards in hand than you. Exile the top card of their library. During any turn you attacked with a rogue, you may cast that card and spend mana as though it were any color to cast that spell. Interesting. So this seems weird because, like, if you're a mono red deck that's trying to beat down real hard and dump your hand real early so that you have fewer cards in your hand than your opponent, you probably don't want to cast the cards in their deck too badly. But I don't know, it wouldn't be terrible to like cast your opponent's Teferi or something. But the stats are fine. I mean, a 2/2 haste for 2 is like definitely playable in standard, potentially playable in modern. And I don't know. Maybe there's some other rogues that do something that you could put in your deck, but probably not. It's probably just this guy. I definitely see this guy being a player in standard. I don't know about modern though. It's probably not good enough. It's Robin Hood, so he's an archer. Has reach. Yeah, that makes sense. Another bad red Snapcaster. Yeah. Fair. Haste is a big deal, though. Haste is a big deal. So, this is a little scary. This is a little scary. So, 7 red for 4 red. That's +3 if we're counting. That's decent. That gets played in Charbelcher and Legacy, I think. I think it's possible that this would get played in Charbelcher and Legacy. It seems like it has application there. And if it gets played in Legacy, I could see it potentially getting played in Modern in some sort of like mono red storm, because it's hard to make triple red, but definitely possible with the other rituals. I don't know, it might be a one of in storm, like just gift storm. Here's another FTK, right? Or like similar. The art's sweet on the like fancy one. What are the differences between the fancy one and the not fancy one? Like, how do you get the fancy one? Because that is really cool. Should also have 7 mana symbols. I agree. 100%. If you're just tuning in and we're not playing Modern, it's because we're waiting for Francisco to finish his match. Those new collector packs. And in the meantime, we're looking at spoilers. Collector packs. What are those? I guess I can look it up later. If y'all don't want to go down that route. But Fervent Champion. This one looks kind of cool. Kind of cool with Stoneforge, right? So like, you can equip a Batterskull on this guy for 2 mana. You can equip a sword to this guy for free. It has first strike already. I don't know. This seems like it could be decent. I don't know what other cards have Knight as their keyword or their creature type in Modern, but there's probably a way to make that work. I don't know. Equip -3 is a big deal. Definitely a big deal. What is this green thing? This thing was like hyped up a bunch. So it's 4 mana for 4/4 Vigilance, Death Touch, Haste. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Combat damage dealt by creatures you control cannot be prevented. When it deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to target Planeswalker. What? Holy damn. Jeez. That does a lot of things. I think this could see play in Modern. That has so many words on it, and they're only upside. Remember when creatures that were 4 mana 4/4s only had downsides? Holy shit. Knight of the Reliquary, yeah, Naya Stoneblade, that makes sense. That makes sense. There's a Fervent Champion Storm combo, whoa. This card is busted. Like, what? Like, alright, I'll double block it. It's a 4/4. Oh, it kills both my creatures. It has Death Touch. Nice. Oh, it's alright. I can just attack into it. No, it's got Vigilance. Oh, it's alright. I'll just chump it with my little guys. No. It's evasive to little guys. Oh, it's alright. I'll just block the other guys, and I'll just take 4. Nope. No prevention here. What? This card's crazy. Alright. I do like playing green. Green is sweet and standard. I've been jamming a lot of Steel Leaf Champions when I had the chance. So, yeah. That's alright. Yeah. You gotta go into 3 colors to get anywhere near as good as this card. Yeah, this card seems busted. Alright. We're gonna see a lot of those in standard, I think. At least it's not an elemental. That'd be a little bit crazier. I'm surprised it's not triple green. I'm actually surprised it's not quad green. They made it like pretty. They pushed that card for sure. What's this quad green card? You make 3 foods. It's a Vigilant Trample 7/6. Sacrifice 3 foods. Return it from the graveyard to the battlefield. Alright, that's decent. It's going to be insane and limited, and probably a role player in standard, maybe, in like a really heavy green deck. But definitely not going to get any play in Modern. We got another FTK. When it enters the battlefield, it fights. Sacrifice a food, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It gets indestructible. Tap it. So the turn it comes out, giving it indestructible, killing a 4/4 seems pretty good. You need food in your deck for that to work, but I think that probably isn't terribly hard to do. Probably going to be okay in standard. Probably mostly just really good in limited. Let's look at other potential modern cards. What's this? 2 mana, 2/1 flying. That's potential. Wow, this art's so much worse than this. Than the other art. Counter target spell with converted mana cost 3 or less. Whoa. Interesting. So it's a 2/1 flyer that's also a counter spell. It's not a very efficient counter spell, but it's a pretty good counter spell as far as what it counters in modern. The 2/1 flying body, not super relevant, but it is a fairy. So I don't know, it's not completely out of the question. Blue is restrictive for sure. It is a fairy though. I don't know, I could see that art is sweet too. I really want these collector's edition boxes. How do you get them? Why do I want to spend hundreds of dollars on Magic cards all of a sudden just looking at the art? They really did a good job with these though. That is really cool. Yeah, I want these collector edition things. Wow, yeah, these are awesome. Meyer Knight. I think I just want like 4 of each of them. I just want them. That is so cool looking. All right, Francisco's ready. Let's challenge. Is your name the same on Moto? Do 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 do. How do I add a buddy? Buddies. Did that not work? Add name. Are you on there now? Why is this not working? Did I spell it wrong? No? Oh yeah, you're there. Alright, cool. Cool. What? You declined my challenge? Leave event? Here we go. Here we go. Not my friend, buddy. Alright, Francisco. Thank you for doing this, by the way. We're going to do a little streamer battle. Untimed. Apparently, we're on 40 minutes. So, if we get down to 15, that means we took too long here. Playing against Urza, which is something I want to test against. And Francisco is definitely somebody I want to test against. I mean, we do know we're playing against Urza, but I want to keep hands as if I don't know. And I would keep this hand on the draw in the dark. I think I would also just keep it against Urza. But it's got one of each of our grindy cards. And we drew a pretty good one as well. So we ended up going 8-2 on the day with Squawks. I'm pretty happy with that. Felt like that was about where we were at. Oh, Nile Spellbomb. Mox Opal. Well, probably getting Urza next turn, so I think we want to get Thalia in play. Although that makes it way more awkward to cast Path. They only have 2 cards though, or he only has 2 cards. I guess I know who it is. So maybe he doesn't have it. Because he'd need third land and Urza to be like the 2 cards. Doesn't have black to draw a card off the spell bomb, so I think maybe messed that up. I think that might have been a mistake. Forgot to tap for mana. Oh yeah. Damn. Yeah, Francisco says he meant to tap the Mox Opal first, which is correct. Yeah. Thanks for those biddies. Bits. Thanks, K-Ro. Always a pleasure having you in the chat. Hanging out. Thopter Foundry, you got it. I think we're just gonna Ranger Cap, and I think I want to get Walking Ballista. Because they can make like a couple, he can make a couple Thopters here. Urza, no, it's Snaring Bridge. Okay. Glad I got Walking Ballista. Alright. Another Thopter Foundry is fine. We want to get sort of Fire and Ice, I feel like. Also might be useful to hold up Path, but I think for this turn we're just gonna... Oh, I guess Thraben Inspector can attack. So getting Squawks into play is gonna be good too. Yeah, we want Fire and Ice. And we want the Squawk in play. We want to search up 3 more squads. Just gonna squad right up. Urza. Wellspring, okay. Drawing cards is not great for them though. Force of Virtue. Interesting. I want to put the Sword of Fire and Ice into play and also cast more Squad Hawks. I guess just one. Do I care about Sword of Fire and Ice being in play? How many turns do we have? This holds up path though for the Urza, which is a pretty big deal. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna play another Squad Hawk. And we could just like sack a Ranger Captain. They're at 13. I think maybe getting the sword into play was better, but we're gonna deal a lot of damage with Force of Virtue and Flicker Wisp. They're starting to sack some stuff, draw some cards, make some Thopters, gain some life. Galvanic Blast on Thalia, you got it. Rolling Jar's fine. Bobble's fine. Spell Bomb. It's not quite fine. So we can give her Ballista for 2. Or we can put a sword into play. Ballista for 1. And then hold up path. So if we just get the Ensnaring Bridge now, they can make another 2 dudes. Gain 2 more life. They block Ranger Captain, they take 6. That's not that much. I guess we wait. We can't do this now. Yeah, we're just gonna pass. This is an interesting game. Hey. Another star. Tagging star to Thopter Foundry. We're gonna put the sword into play. And we're gonna crack the clue. Huh. They have a lot of mana and a lot of extra artifacts, so I don't know if we want to force a Virtue right now. This gives us both Ranger Captain's protection. And then we should put a sword on like Thraben Inspector maybe. I guess a Squad Hawk. They just sacked the Spell Bomb to draw a card. Engineer. means they now have Sword of the Meek. Yeah, that's a problem. We might have it anyway here, though. They're gonna gain 5. Go to 21. Can we deal 21? Maybe. It's gonna be close. Yeah, this is a funny game. Ooh. Ooh. That's a good draw. Gotta get the ensnaring bridge. Gonna activate Giver, targeting Ranger Captain. Oh, whoa. Now they have a blocker, though. Maybe we just swing out. Yeah, I guess we just swing out. It's not worth it to give protection. Yeah, we get to do it twice. It might be enough. It's a really interesting game here. Because they can make a lot of Thopters, but they don't have good blocks. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be tough to kill them, but this gets rid of all these Thopters, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more next turn. Seven more. They're taking 7, 8, 9, 10. Going to 11. Yeah, that's fine. Because we can kill that other Thopter. Probably better to hit them, though. Try another Giver. Solid. Solid. Alright, well. They can make another 7 blockers. 8 blockers. Pithing Needle. On Walking Ballista. I don't know if that was worth Pithing Needling and just not having more mana to make more blockers here. But they don't know about a second Flicker Wisp. So this time they only have blue blockers. So they're going to gain 7. Not 7 though. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we got them. Pro blue, pro blue. Attack, attack, attack. I think that's game. Yep, I think we won this game. That's crazy. Unless I'm missing something. I think they needed to name Giver with the Pithing Needle. Or he needed to name that. Can't gain 7 because the... Yeah, and this is 17. They only gain 6 here. Perfect. Lethal. Ballista on 1 doesn't do it because there's a Pithing Needle on Ballista. I think we win. Unless I'm counting wrong. I think they can only gain 2 more. Yeah. Not gonna do it. Got him. That was sweet. Can't block. 2 to you. Woo! Combo schmambo. That's what I say. That was sweet, that win. Needed to drop both of our Flicker Wisp, which is obviously pretty lucky there, but that was really sweet. Combo schmambo. Alright, that was cool. We dealt 17 through 17 life, although it was the Pithing Needle on Ballista that won us the game. That was really interesting. That was a really interesting game. I do want to look at the chat, but I can't right now. Not sure if we want Mind Sensor. We definitely don't want Ether Vial or Thraben Inspector. Definitely don't want Light and Shadow. Probably don't want this. Probably want fewer Stone Forges. And then one more card. It's either Sword of Fire and Ice or Batterskull. As you saw that game, Sword of Fire and Ice does get through the Thopters and wins, whereas Batterskull does not. So maybe that's the move. Or maybe we want both and we do something else. Maybe Francisco's right. He told me earlier, like, Batterskull's not good enough. Sword of Fire and Ice is the one. And I agree that Batterskull's not generally good enough, but when we were stopping them from doing their combo, then we don't need the Sword of Fire and Ice. I'm going to try it the way I was doing it, and let's see how that goes. We'll see if Batterskull works out or not. Gonna keep this hand. Even though we don't have any interaction for the combo. Talking to Francisco a little bit. Who'd he target? Targeted Francisco. So Francisco is normally an amulet player, but just a really good Magic player in general, so I expect this to be pretty difficult. Thopter Foundry, you got it. It's there. Drawing all these lands pretty bad. Definitely didn't need any more lands with this hand. Need some way to interact with the combo. Woof. Certainly not what we want there. So here is a moment where we'd rather have a Sword of Fire and Ice by a lot. So this is changing my mind. Snaring Bridge, sure. Alright. No Urza last turn. That's good for us. No combo. Maybe Whir, though. Ooh, that's a really good draw. That is a really good draw. Whir for 2. I think I killed a Thopter Foundry. Ugh, this is tough. So they're at 14, that's 5 mana, that's 5 life, and 5 dudes that we can't get through. Because no Sword of Fire and Ice. Yeah, it's looking like Sword of Fire and Ice is better. I'm gonna kill the Thopter Foundry. They're gonna respond. They might just get another Thopter Foundry. Yeah. Pretty strong, pretty strong. The fact that we had to use Disenchant on the Ensnaring Bridge, not great here. Definitely want to save that for... Oof, that's good value, but that's a lot of cards in their hand. Spellbomb. Ooh. That's gonna kill the Giver at some point. Shouldn't have done that first. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Get in there, friends. I'm gonna kill the giver. I'm gonna give protection to the germ, I guess. Makes sense. They seem a little flooded. Maybe not. Tezzeret. Tez or Rez or Ret. The card's real good. Making a 5/5. Alright. Dece. Ooh, what a draw. What a draw. We're drawing pretty hot here. Could just bash with the germ and then cast Force of Virtue and save the path. But I don't really want them to activate plus on Tez. They're just gonna sack this, make it Thopter. I guess that's fine. If they want to block Thalia with all 3 Thopters, that's fine too. Obviously drawing pretty well is nice, but okay. Yeah, Francisco says the same thing, because if he doesn't name Ballista that game, then he still gets killed by the Ballista, which is true. It does the same amount of damage as casting the Pithing Needle. He's right. So yeah, Sword of Fire and Ice would have been better in this match. Collective Brutality. Okay. That allows us to cast Force of Virtue now. They can make 2 more Thopters. Block both things. or save the bobble. Gotta get giver. Upkeep, I think we sack Ranger Captain. So they need an Urza here. So, yeah, I think Francisco's right about Sword of Fire and Ice, and that was good to test. I hope he comes back. Yeah, I agree, Francisco. Yeah, the Batterskull was not that great there, and Sword of Fire and Ice would have been very, very good. And we're not always going to have Estonian play. And yeah, I think the Sophie makes more sense. I think you're right. Definitely learned some stuff. Really, thanks for testing with me. That first game was funny. That was pretty ridiculous. I was like, wow, I drew my second Flicker Wisp. I think I can win. And yeah, he just never found Urza, which at any point Urza would have been pretty hard for me to beat in either of those games. But he just never found it. And I think the games where my Urza opponent doesn't draw Urza, I have a pretty good chance of winning in general. That card is the main reason that deck is so difficult. Yeah, I fully agree, Francisco. Fully agree. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I'm going to go eat now because I am starving. But it was a really fun stream. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. 8-2 with Squawks. Probably not going to stream tomorrow because I got to go to Vegas. Because I got a PTQ in Vegas, or MCQ, I guess they call it. We're leaving at like 3. So probably not going to be streaming tomorrow or Sunday. But Monday I'll be back. And you can catch me on here. I'll talk about the MCQ and tell you guys about that experience. I do need to pick up a couple cards before I go. I gotta remember to do that. I don't have Damping Sphere. That's what I need. I need to pick up one Wet Ball. I probably have one somewhere. I just need to find it. So I'm gonna do that. But anyway, yeah, Francisco was gracious enough to jam some games with Urza. That was awesome. Definitely not the best testing because he didn't draw Urza, but definitely good testing because his hypothesis that Sword of Fire and Ice is just better was definitely right. I was like, no, I think I can keep you off the combo pretty well, so I think I can do okay with just Batterskull just beating down for 4, but Francisco's right for sure. It's definitely Sword of Fire and Ice. Even with Stony Silence, eventually you're going to kill Stony Silence, and I'm going to be able to equip a Sophie, and that's actually going to be able to deal some damage. So that's a big deal. Yep. But we're going to raid somebody cool. In the meantime... Sorry I took so long on my plays also, Francisco. It's my last match of the stream. It's match 11 today, and I'm a little slow on the uptake, but it was super fun. Let's see, we got who is playing modern. Well, Caleb's playing modern, so CWS MTG is who I'm looking at right now. Thanks again, Francisco, everybody, for hanging out today. It was super great. Another really awesome stream. And I look forward to seeing y'all on Monday, 12 to 6, Tuesday, 12 to 6, Wednesday, 12 to 6. I'll be here. We'll be jamming some more modern, probably some more Stone Forges. But yeah, can't wait. See you then. Everybody have a great day. Have a great weekend. Remember it's September, so if you're interested in supporting the stream in that way, it's half off this whole month. It's also prudent of you to follow me on Twitch, because I'll be announcing when I'm going live on Twitch, and I'll usually put my deck list on there as well, and the things that we're going to be doing on the stream that day, on Twitter, that is. So check me out on Twitter, same name as on Twitch, Kponce MTG. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll see y'all next time. Pokerone, you too.